I was all like, I'm early, I have so much time, but now it's time.
Now it's time.
Now it's time.
Thank you. Oh, Director Zhao. Oh, that's right. He did say he would be virtual. Hello, Director Zhao. Thank you for joining us virtually. I don't think we can hear you.
We can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, it's
Oh.
delayed.
Good evening.
Oh, it's,
Hello, we can hear you. You're just a little bit delayed, so we'll be sure to wait.
oh, Dr. Nath is here.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Hello. It is 5 o'clock, so we will get started with the Hopkins School Board workshop for this evening. And I just wanted to mention that we've heard from a few of our colleagues, Vice Chair Ross and Director Roper, that they will be a little bit late due to traffic. And then also Director Zhao is joining us virtually, and he will be part of the meeting in that way. And just wanted to make sure that our agenda is good to go. Did we want to keep it in the order it was
Yes, I think we're good to keep it.
published? Okay. And all of our presenters are okay with that? Okay, great. Thank you. So we will get started with our first presenter with the Big Data Project.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, everyone. So I am glad to welcome Dr. Anusha Nath to the board table, and hopefully our school board members and community remember that Dr. Nath was with us at the end of the 24-25 school year presenting some really interesting findings on a project that she and some other data scientists have been working on. And we didn't have enough time for the board to really engage with Dr. Nath and with this topic. And so we invited her back. And just as a quick framing, what we know from research and what has been reinforced through this data project is that peer-to-peer influence is a powerful driver of student success, of course, in addition to other important variables. And research shows that students' attitudes toward applying to college, persisting in the college admissions process, and feeling prepared for post-secondary success are shaped not only by the adults that they interact with and learn from, but by their friends and classmates. And when students see their peers planning for the future, talking about college, engaging in college preparedness activities, they are more likely to do the same. So Dr. Nath's Peer Network Project is helping us better understand these influencing factors. And from this research, we're partnering with Dr. Kuhl, our college and career specialist at the high school. We are partnering with Dr. Kuhl to better understand what's at play with these organic peer-to-peer networks, and then how we might organize our students and adults around a more intentional peer networking process so that it can be one of many efforts to prepare students for college. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Nath. She's a fabulous partner to us at no cost to the district. We meet with Dr. Nath and some other researchers on, actually, are we meeting weekly? It feels like it. Bi-weekly, sometimes weekly. And we talk about what all the projects are and more importantly, what we can do differently in our system to set our students up for success because of the information we're learning from the findings. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Nath. Thanks again for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, very kind introduction. So today I'll give a brief overview of what the project is, just to kind of remind everybody where we are with this project, and then I'll dive into what Dr. Mabry-Reed mentioned about the peer effects and social interactions and how that affects college applications. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, what we're doing is we started 2 years ago. Data cleaning took a little while, and then we started looking at patterns in different outcomes. So one of the things that we've been doing is what do patterns look like? What are the different outcomes with students, and what are the factors? So identifying that. So I'll give a brief overview of the topics that we are covering in this big data project, and then I'll dive into the causal analysis as an example of different works in progress that we are doing. Next slide, please. So who are we? As Dr. Mabry-Reed mentioned, we are in a big set of researchers. We're multidisciplinary in nature. So I've tried to color code a little bit. So we have economists in blue, Paul Gleby, who's half in blue and half in orange, and that's because he's a distinguished professor. He's a Regents professor at the University of Minnesota. He's an economist, but he's an expert in education internationally. And so is Dr. Michael Rodriguez, who's who's the dean of CEHD at the University of Minnesota. Then we have data scientist Abby Holm, who is here and now at Pearson, and Nancy Weicker, who's just joined our big data project. They both are experts in both quantitative and qualitative analysis. And then we have Eric Kummerfield, Dr. Eric Kummerfield, who's from the Institute of Health Informatics at the University of Minnesota, who is a leading data scientist, a computer scientist in also applied health information research. So lots of different perspectives that come to this project together. Next slide, please. What are we doing? As I mentioned, there are two main sets of research that we're doing. One is, let's look at what the data tells us. What are the outcomes? What are the patterns we're seeing, whether it's over time or across students, across different courses, or across different buildings in the school district? So we're documenting these summary statistics and time trends. And then also, given what we find in these big trends, we're trying to understand, okay, what is leading to these outcomes? And so we're using the latest tools in statistics, econometrics, and computer science, also in predictive modeling, to understand what factors are driving the patterns we're seeing. And so one of the examples that I'm going to talk about is going to be a causal analysis, and that's the analysis of what's driving college application behavior. Next slide, please. But just to give an example of things that I'm not going to do any deep dive on today, but just to sort of mention what are the examples of outcomes we're looking at. So this in no way is an exhaustive list, but just an illustration of what are the things we're looking at. So we're looking at GPA and MCA test scores, of course, at the school district level, but also trying to look at GPA at a different course level. So what's happening in maths, what's happening in reading separately, and what's happening in different grades that students are in advanced versus the regular classes. So we're trying to understand what those patterns look like and document those. And we also want to understand evolution of schools. What are the math pathways that have been most successful and for what groups of students? And can we sort of, if some pathways have not been that successful, what can we do about that? We're also looking at AP and CTE courses, which is the career and technical education course patterns, and trying to understand who enrolls into them, how are their outcomes different, and what can we do about improving some of those choices that students are making in terms of course taking. We're also looking at risk of late graduation. What are the factors that are driving those? And relatedly, college applications, which I'll talk about today. Next slide, please. So given these diverse set of outcomes, we were trying to understand what are various different types of factors that lead to these outcomes, not just looking at demographic differences or parental background, but also trying to understand, looking at the longitudinal aspect of the big data that we have access to, how is it over time things are changing? Is it that some pathways are improving things or are easier for students versus others? So looking at this longitudinal aspect is really helping us understand more the long-term and the short-term outcomes of students. We're also taking into account interactions in classrooms, so peer effects, teacher and counselor inputs. And then we also look at what's happening in socio-emotional skill development of children. We're looking at panorama data and trying to understand how that correlates with outcomes. We're looking at absences, health events, and disciplinary. So these are, again, not an exhaustive list, but it really is an illustration of how we're trying to approach these patterns and trying to understand these in a very holistic way and to see all these factors together, how they either move together or how they reinforce each other. And that's just kind of what we're doing. Sorry, okay. All right, thank you.
You can pull it closer, too.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Much better. Thank you. All right. So now I'll take a deep dive into the project that we were talking about. This is an example of a causal analysis that we are doing. And so this project is titled Social Interactions and College Choice, and it's joined with Katerina Borchkova, who's at the Richmond Fed, and Angelina Krema at University of Rochester, and Abby Home. Next slide, please. So what are we doing in this project? So our main aim is to understand where are students applying? So these are college seniors, school seniors. Where are they applying? Where are they getting in? And how are their decisions impacted by various factors? Now, just to give a context, there's a lot of work and research that looks at student application process and how that's affected by things which are outside of the school. So, for example, universities, how much resources they're offering, scholarship, what does it look like? And so just looking at factors from the college perspective, but there's not much understanding of how are the schools involved? How are the interactions within school affecting students' decision? So we came to this project trying to understand that. That also helps understand, tie it to other things that are happening in the school and other outcomes of students which are sort of jointly affecting college choices. So given that, what we do is we merge data, the administrative data that we have in the big data project, which is looking at demographics, GPA, and classroom information, and we merge it to the 2024 senior survey. And I'll talk a little bit more about what the senior survey is. But having merged this gives us an idea about how students are interacting with different actors, whether it's friends, teachers, and counselors, and that helps us answer some of the questions that we started off with. And what I'm going to show today is that the information that flows through these school interaction has a huge impact on students' outcomes, not only in terms of applications and what they're choosing, but also actually outcomes of those applications. Where are they going to college, and are they getting scholarships or not? And so what we find, and I'll show, is that students who have more information through school resources have better college application outcomes, both in terms of quality of college as well as their probability of getting a scholarship. Next slide, please. So this is a slide which gives a little bit more information about the 2024 senior survey. So there are 7 questions in this survey. So it tells us which class year students are in, their student ID. So this is a randomized ID that we see, so it's not actually identifying the student in any way to us. Then the questions are about what are your plans for next year. Students sometimes mention that they're taking a year off and so on, but students who mention that they're going to a college, it's asked if you attended which school and whether it's a 2-year or a 4-year program. Then they ask about scholarship, did they get a scholarship or not? Today we're using the answer of yes or no, so if they got or not the amount, although there's some information about that as well. But in today's presentation, I'll only look at probability of getting a scholarship, so a yes or a no. And then whether the students are first-generation students. And then the last question, which is very meaningful for us because that's where we try and get where the information is coming from. So all the students answer this question, which is, what counseling services did you use? So everybody uses their student counseling services, so they meet with their school counselor. But there are 3 other options that they can respond to in the survey, which not everybody subscribes to or takes up. One is meeting with college representatives, either on campus or online. The second is meeting with college and career coordinator. And the third is participating in college preparatory courses. So these would be the Royals Prep course or the AVID classrooms. So these are sort of the information we use and then sort of look at how that impacts students' decision. Next slide, please. So this table gives a summary of what we see in the data. So the sample size is 373 students, which is very high in terms of the cohort we're looking at. So almost everybody is responding, those who are graduating. The share of first-generation college goers. So this basically means how many students or what share of students who are responding to the survey did not have their parents, or their parents did not go to a four-year college. So 28% of the students did not have either parents go to college. So they're first-generation college goers. Then the next row looks at share who took up these additional services. So these are the additional services, which is college prep course, meeting with the school coordinator, college and career coordinator, or meeting with college reps. So altogether, if you've taken up any of these additional services, which is in addition to meeting with your counselor, that's about 42% only. The next two are looking at the outcomes of the applications that we see in the survey. So the share of students who respond that they did receive a scholarship offer from the college that they are going to is 45%. So that's kind of the baseline. And average quality, the way we define quality is we look at the colleges that students are getting into, and we use publicly available data, which tells us what is the ACT score of the 75th percentile of students who are attending those colleges. So not just the Hopkins students, but students, all student body who's in the college that they're going to. And so that is the average ACT score of that college. So on an average, so if you look at all the colleges where the Hopkins students are going to, the incoming cohort of those colleges have an average of 28.2 on the ACT score. Okay? So that's kind of what we're going to compare to in the next slides, how the peer effects and is changing that percentage or is above that percentage. Next slide, please. So now we come to the question of who's taking up these additional services. So we saw that I was about 42% of students taking up services. So here the outcome variable is probability, so whether the students took up these services or not, and we're doing a simple OLS regression. And so the coefficients here are telling us what is the predictive power of these factors. And the numbers that are highlighted in black, that are in black and bolded, are the ones that are statistically significant. So they have a significant prediction on whether a student is going to take up these services or not, given our survey data. And the others, there's no distinguishable, like there's no difference between that factor and the baseline characteristic. So for example, first gen, this is the students who are first generation, compared to the students whose parents, or at least one parent went to college, there's no significant difference between probability of taking up these services. Similarly for low income and different groups, Black, Hispanic, and Asian students are no more likely to take up these services than white students. So the two characteristics where you do see a difference is whether a student is in the top 2 decile of the GPA distribution, so they're in the top 20% of class, so they're top achievers in some sense, or if they're females. So female students compared to their male students are 11 percentage point more likely to take up these services. And then top achievers, 14 percentage points more likely. So that seems to be sort of the main characteristics that distinguish this. Next slide, please. So the next question is, well, we see the uptake differs across 2 dimensions, but if you take up these services, does it matter? Does it actually affect outcomes of your application process or or where you're going? So in the first column, we're looking at the college quality again. Here we've standardized it. So here the numbers are going to be how many standard deviations as a student more likely to go to a better college than the mean. So the mean was 28.2, as you remember. So this first number, which is looking at the uptake, that number 40.42 says that students who take up these services are 0.42 standard deviations more likely to get into a better, higher quality college than the average, right? And then the second column looks at whether students receive scholarship or not, and it says if you take up these services, you are 10 percentage point more likely to get scholarship. So this is controlling for all these other factors. So this is saying that taking up these services is significantly correlated with outcomes of the application process. Next slide, please. So now we've shown sort of the prediction that, uptake of services does matter for outcomes, but how is it related to peers? How is it related to the interactions that students are having in the classrooms? So in this table, what we're doing is we're now only looking at students who did not take up the services. Okay, so they only talked to their counselors, they did not go to any prep course, they did not talk to the school career and college coordinator, and they did not meet any of the representatives who come to school or are available via Zoom. And then we say, okay, let's look at their outcomes and look at the outcomes of the peers who do take up these extra services, so they're more informed, and then compare the outcomes of these students with those students who also did not take up these services. So the first two columns are just looking at college quality. They have different way of estimating the regression, but basically the idea is that we want to compare the outcome of students who are informed versus less informed and how that is affecting the students who don't take up the services. And as you can see in the first two columns, again, we see the college quality of the peers who take up the services has a significant impact on the outcome of the students who don't take up the services. The peers who did not take up the services do not have any impact on the students who also don't take up the services. So you're learning from your students who are more informed, basically. And we see a similar story when we look at scholarship received. We see that the magnitude is much stronger and the result is more robust when students or your peers who also take up the services get scholarship. You're more likely to get scholarship even though you did not take up the services. So that's kind of the way the information is flowing through the peer network. Next slide, please. So just to sum up the main takeaway from this research, what we find is that more informed students are going to better colleges and are more likely to receive scholarships, and significantly more. And who are the students who are more informed? One, those who actually take advantage of the school resources, but also students who may not take advantage directly. They're learning from the peers who do. So that's kind of how the information is flowing and impacting not only the application process, but the outcomes of the application themselves. I'll stop here and I'm happy to take questions.
Well, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for coming back. I remember I loved your presentation and the topics and really wanted to give everyone here an opportunity to ask questions because we didn't have that before. So thank you for coming back and wondering.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
If anyone has any questions.
Chair Andreessen, I do. Yes, thank you so much. I was one of those people who had many more questions, so I'm glad you're back. So at this point in the presentation, I think my main question is around the mechanisms used for data collection. So was this all primarily done through surveys, like the data that we're looking at this point? And then was there a mixed methods approach that kind of came into play to understand a little more qualitatively, like why these things are happening based on individual students? So just trying to orient myself just in terms of like what kind of data we're seeing here we just saw and what we might expect as we move through the presentation.
Sure, thanks. So I'll answer in two parts.
Great.
So the first question about how we're collecting the data. So most of the data in this is actually administrative, so it's the longitudinal data where we see students in classrooms, because one of the main things we have to do here is define who a friend is or who a peer is. So for that, what we did is we took the classroom level data and we see which students are taking which courses, and then be able to follow not only students who are in the course together, but also students who are not in your course. So for example, why do we want to do this? So when we think about peer effects, I am in class with Abby. My decisions might affect Abby, and Abby's decision might affect me. But we both might be friends because we want the same thing. So when we're doing a study like this, we want to be able to separate out the fact that students may be talking to each other because they want to do the same thing in the first place. We want to be able to say there's something about this information that is not endogenous, which is not because the students want the outcome the same way. So what we do is we look at different classrooms. So if I'm in class with Abby, Abby's in class with Rhoda, but I'm never in class with Rhoda, then Rhoda will affect my decision through Abby. Okay? So we want to see classrooms together, but also everybody else in my class, who their friends are, and who I never see directly. That's kind of the channel we're trying to look at, because then I never talk to that person. I'm only learning through the peer network. And that's our way of getting causal effects here. And also because if Abby and I are in the same class, we might have the same teacher, so we don't know whether it's talking to each other that's driving the outcome or having the same teacher. So this way of using excluded peers who are never in my class but are classmates of my classmates helps me really put numbers on how much is the peer effect. So for that, we needed the data about classrooms. Then we needed the data about demographics and also GPA, because we want to be able to control for those factors. Because, for example, whether you go to a higher quality college or are you able to get a scholarship also depends on other factors. So we wanted to control for those other things. So all those are coming from our demographic files and other from the big data project, longitudinal data. The part that's coming from the survey is what resources they are using, because that's something we cannot see in the longitudinal data. So that's the senior survey that's helping us gather that data.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so that was the first part. The second part about the qualitative. So most of the data, so we were talking to Dr. Kuhl. She's been very great with her and generous with her time in understanding the context and interpretations of some of these survey data. We also have panorama data, which we haven't used in this, the results that I showed you, but we're using more in our more studies. So some of that would be more through conversations and just basically being there and understanding what the students are doing to be able to answer some of those questions. So that's part of the plan of the future phase of this project.
Thank you. Very layered approach, which is what I was gleaning from the first time you were here. So I appreciate you breaking it down. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions?
Chair Andreessen, excuse me, thank you. Oh, it looked like Z might have a question. I saw him raise his hand.
You can go to me last. I'm on a little bit of a delay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So thank you for coming today and presenting. I'm looking at both slides 12 and 13 for, am I interpreting the data that for the uptake probability, I'm assuming this is like in basis points, one, is that accurate? Okay. And then it seems that based on the survey results for Hopkins seniors, out of the 351, females seem to take more of those additional services overwhelmingly versus, I'm assuming females, just all females that are in this group, Black, Hispanic, Asian, but out of all those three groups that are located here, females seem to be beyond boys of like taking additional services. And then if I look at slide 13, does the negative mean, like if I look at, for instance, Black, Hispanic, I see negative 32 basis points and 38, but then received scholarship, I see 0.8 of a basis point for Black and then negative. What does the negative mean? Is that, I think I'm interpreting it that as maybe more Asians took advantage of the standardized college quality, and then that translated for scholarships. Am I reading that correctly or misinterpreting?
So partially. So the way to think about this is relative, these numbers are relative to a reference point. So so the negative on the slide 13 on Hispanic students is relative to white students, how our Hispanic students' outcomes look like. And then the 14 on the slide 12 is relative to male students. Females are 14 percentage point more likely to take up services. That's the way to interpret the numbers.
Is there, and one last follow-up, only because I'm not trying to be sexist, I'm a guy. But is there any reason like why women seem to be more interested in taking these additional services? Like, it doesn't seem like women are going after this, based on what I'm seeing, more than what boys are doing.
That's a good question, and that's exactly to your point about the qualitative nature of the study, like what's happening, why are they going more? So one thing, what we're trying to see, and this is again just still at an exploratory stage, women they actually have a lot more of sort of discipline measures. When you look at panorama data, they show up more to class and things like that, and they're more dedicated in terms of turning in their assignments on time and things like that. So one conjecture could be that women are just more likely to have those characteristics. The second is, this is something we need to test, is women are more likely to go to college in general. And even if you look at national statistics, in college, women are a higher proportion of college goers in the last decade as well. So it just could be representing the fact that there are more females who are likely to apply to college right away. So that's something we need to disentangle. Is it something behavioral? Is it something just about who's going to college and who's not? But we don't have that answer yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Zhao, did you have a question?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Dr. Knapp. Very excited to learn about your research. I was an econ undergrad, so really love the econometrics. So 2 questions. One is this theory supported by other studies, or is this, I think it's intuitive. I'm just wondering what the lit review in this area is. Is this kind of in line with others? And then another observation and question is, you had a stat about the average ACT score, 28.2, and that to me seems very, very high, right? In a good way, 90th percentile or so. And so is there a premium that our grads are having, right? It's a little bit higher than our average ACT score. So I'm curious if there's, are our kids going to better colleges than what we would expect? So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I forgot the first question, but I'll start with the second one. So the second question, the ACT score, the 28.2, is the 75th percentile of the incoming cohorts in colleges. So it's sort of the 75th percentile and not the average. So that might be one of the reasons why it's higher than what you might have thought it would be. And the first question about, can you repeat the first question?
The lit review.
Oh, the lit
if your
review.
research
Yes.
is supported.
Yeah. So there's not much work on peer effects in college applications. So we were one of the first studies to look into this. There's peer effects. There's a huge peer effects literature looking at students' test scores, outcomes, looking at other outcomes. There's some work in Europe which is also looking at choice of majors, and once students enter colleges, how does peer effect influence which majors they choose. But college application and college application outcomes, there's not much research. And specifically, I think this role of information, showing that information plays an important role, and that being the main mechanism, is not something that people are able to study. So for example, in the peer effects literature, it's common to ask the question, you see peer effects because people imitate each other, or is it that there is an information flow? And it's very hard to study this, and we're actually really able to study this flow of information, which I think is one of the value added of our research in terms of the literature out there. And that's kind of what we want to focus on as well, to actually show that we can give evidence for that channel.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So thank you again. I'm sorry for running just a little late as I'm in traffic. I just have 2 quick questions for you. When you say better colleges, what do you mean by like better colleges? I know that there's colleges are promoted in a multitude of ways, like community college, and some folks have a preference. So is there like a standard college that is that fits the criteria for this study?
So what I meant is just by the definition that we've used. So when I mean better colleges, I just mean on the scale of the ACT scores of incoming students, are college ranked higher or lower? So the ACT scores of incoming cohorts is a measure that is widely used. And actually, Dr. Kuhl also suggested an alternative measure, which we're looking into now, is how selective the colleges are. So for example, what percentage of students who apply to that college actually get in? And so that's another measure we're looking at now. We don't have that in the slides yet, but that's something we're looking at now. So basically, it's all dependent on the measure that we are using. So it's with respect to the measure that I meant. Now, in terms of community colleges versus four-year colleges, so a lot of community colleges don't require ACT scores. So in our definition, what we've done is we've assigned the 25th percentile of the entire, so if you take all the colleges which require ACT scores and then look at what is the 25th percentile of that distribution, we assign that and the lowest value of that 25th percentile distribution to the community colleges, because community colleges are less selective than other colleges. So we have a score for them, but that's basically how we've imputed a score. So it's all, when I say a better colleges, it's only ranking according to the ACT score of the incoming cohorts of that college.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then just one more quick question. I just learned this today that incomplete tests are accepted and scored from the MCAs. Is that also considered in this data for like students who have maybe didn't complete their MCA test, and was this added into that? And like, how is that measured in this data?
So we have another project in which we're actually looking exactly at who's taking MCA and who's not, and how do we think about, making that some statements about it in terms of if they had given the test, what it would look like. In this, we've stepped away from that exactly for the reason you mentioned, and we're only using GPA that the students get in their classrooms. So we're using course level GPA in our analysis and not the MCA scores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted everyone to keep in mind the timing, because we have another significant presentation coming up after this, and I think that there's, very substantive data coming up that I would like us all to get a chance to learn about. So if that is okay, if we go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to the
Dr.
extra
Knapp?
slides?
Oh, was that going to be the end of the presentation? We're just focusing on
yes.
the peer network project?
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
And not
Okay.
the other, like Hopkins in context of other Minnesota schools?
I'm happy
or-
to go over that if you would
Okay.
like.
Actually, I think it would be really great framing for our next presentation, which is talking about the role of assessments.
Sure.
Because I think that this information, I feel, is really important about what our student body characteristics are, and also the impact that demographics have on testing and different outcomes that we see. If you'd be available
absolutely.
for just a
Yes.
few
Sure,
minutes
sure,
to go
sure.
through that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
So I think it starts on, slide 19, Minnesota schools, the student body characteristics of 2022 for third grade. If you have those. We're getting a nice view of the inner workings of our assistant. Thank you, Natalia, for all you do. All those tabs.
18, I think. Great. So this graph is basically looking at the student body population of different Minnesota schools for grade 3. And what I'm plotting is the relationship between percentage of students of color and percentage of students who are enrolled in the free and reduced price lunch program in grade 3 in 2022 across all different schools. So one thing you notice is that this is a positively sloping line. If you draw a line, it was positively sloping. So there's a positive correlation between the student body being eligible for FRPL and those who are students of color. So next slide, please. So in the next few slides, what I'm going to do is, instead of looking at both the students of color and FRPL percentage enrolled, I'm just going to take the students of color because I've shown you they're positively correlated, so the patterns look very similar. So here, what I'm going to show you in the next few slides, on the y-axis, it's going to be percentage of students who are proficient in the MCA tests. And these are going to be all students, not a subset of students. But I'm going to plot that against, on the x-axis, the percentage of student of color in that school. So just looking at, are these students have high proportion of minority students or not? Next slide, please. So the first graph shows the relationship between these two things for grade 3 reading proficiency level. And what I've plotted here are that every dot represents a school. The red line is a number which represents the average of how many students are proficient in the entire state. And that number is about 47.5%. So that's just a number. You'll also observe that there's a green downward sloping line. What is that line? So that line basically looks at the relationship between the student body proficiency and the percentage of students who are of color in that school. And it's downward sloping because it says that the relationship between, so this is basically regressing the y-axis variable on the x-axis variable. And you see that this line represents, if I give you a number, if you don't know a school, and I say, okay, this school has 45% of students of color, what do you think is going to be a predicted MCA average for all students? I go to the green line, and it gives me a number. So this line is a prediction of, given a percentage of student of color in a school, what would be the average test score given by this relationship that we've measured. So this prediction line is downward sloping, but you'll see that it's actually flat up till 50%, and then it's very steeply downward sloping. So which means that as soon as we start seeing schools which have a very high percentage of students of color, the progress that they make, or their proficiency levels in MCA declines very fast. So more and more students means less and less proficiency. But it's pretty flat up till 50%. So majority, minority is kind of where the student really sees this decline. So this is meant to kind of show where the average relationship is, and the dots are all schools. Next slide, please. And this slide shows where this adds to the previous slide where the Hopkins schools are, all the elementary schools are. As you can see, most of the schools are very close to the predicted line. So if you just knew what the percentage of student population who are in FRPL or students of color are, that line would give you the relationship just based on that demographic. Some schools do much better than the predicted line, and some do a little bit worse. But on average, the schools are very close to the predicted line. Next slide, please. This is looking at reading in grade 8. So these are the two middle schools. As you can see, they're both above the predicted line, what the line would say the prediction should be. Next slide, please. And this is for the high school, and the high school is both above the state average and the predicted line. The relationship here is sort of more linear than it is in the elementary and the middle school, where you had flatter curve till 50 and then a steep decline. Here it's sort of more downward sloping, steeper. Next slide, please. So this is kind of, again, those are sort of the main slides, and I've done these for different characteristics. So these other slides give you the same sort of information, but different grades and different way of looking at the student body population. So I think I'll stop here, and if you have any questions, I can sort of use those main slides to answer them.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Are there any questions? Yes, Iris.
Again, with the qualitative data, do you already have, or are you still looking for, or have you not looked for yet, the reason that schools with student bodies of over 50% students of color do so much worse on the tests and the MCAs?
So that's kind of where we started with the project, and we don't have an answer yet.
Okay.
That's partly one of the things we're looking at across different schools in Hopkins. So all of Minnesota, I don't have the rich data that we have in the big data project here, but across schools within the Hopkins School District, we're trying to exactly look at that question. And sort of the biggest theme is, what are the factors? From the survey data, from Panorama, from looking at administrative data, what can we glean are the main factors that are driving it, and we're not there yet with that answer.
Chair Andreessen,
Yes,
are some of the
Dr.
factors you're taking into consideration English language learners, and then also opt-out rates when it comes to the MCAs?
Yes, definitely. And actually, we're looking at opt-out rates as an outcome as well. And one of the projects we're working on with Dr. Michael Rodriguez and Dr. Paul Glevy at the University of Minnesota is who's opting out and how does that affect the outcomes we see. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we'll have something to share in a few months.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you so much for coming to present to us. There are so many questions that we could ask and dive into further. And kind of in the interest of time, I'm curious, what is a next step for you and this team? And when will we see more of this information? Possibly it's a question for you too, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, about so then what? And what are you still looking at?
Great. So the immediate next step, or at least my part of the team, is looking at is the opt-out question.
Sure.
Who's opting out, documenting, how it's changed over time, and how can we, if you don't know who's opting out, then we really can't do much. But to have a way of correcting I'm going to use some statistical terms here, but depending on which subject and which grade you look at, there are differences in opt-out rates. And in elementary school, there are less opt-outs. Middle and high school actually has the most opt-outs. So how do we correct for opt-outs, and can we get a number of what the MCAs would be if those students had given the MCAs? So we're doing all that prediction modeling and trying to understand how to correct for the bias in the statistical sense that is created in the measurement of average MCAs at the school district or the school level, and how can we take that into account and get a number which would have been reflected, which we can attribute to the entire student body population rather than just those test takers. Mm-hmm. And that part is kind of the next, and we're hoping to have that in the next few months. So we'll circulate it once we have those calculations. And then beyond that, we're going to continue working on why do we see what we see in terms of outcomes and differences across groups. And as I mentioned, we're trying to look at this holistically, and doing a causal analysis by looking at it, all the factors, is kind of taking time. And we want to do that because I think we don't know and I think that can help us understand what factors matter more, and so on and so forth. Because if you look at when people try to look at these differences, there are many factors that could be contributing to it, and we want to understand what matters most.
Mm-hmm. I think if I might add to that, Treasurer Hartland, so the link between poverty and proficiency has been researched for a very long time. If you put all of the schools in the entire country on a map, such as what Dr. Nath showed, you would see that same pattern. And I think with this research, we want to ask ourselves, okay, are our schools in Hopkins doing just as good, better, or worse than what's predicted? So that's an important question to answer. And then I think more importantly is, as we continue our research, can we identify the variables or the proxies that will interrupt these patterns? And as we are engaging in continued research, we're also learning about another body of research that has been done by the New Teacher Project. I introduced that at our first board meeting, where they studied 28,000 schools across the country, and they have identified the instructional and school culture patterns in those 5% of schools that really were trajectory changing for students, and these are schools that also serve high concentrations of students of color, students who qualify for education benefits, and noting that because of certain practices, these schools are able to catch students up over time. So students come in below grade level, but then because of elements around belonging, consistency, and coherence, then this small number of schools that has been well researched, they're able to catch students up over time. So we'll use the research that we know about, and we're grateful for this partnership that really can help us dive into our own nuanced context here to identify, okay, and in addition to what we already know, what else do we know about our students, or what else can we introduce to interrupt these patterns?
Thank you. I do see your hand, Director Zhao, and just want to say that we're running out of time. So if it can be a quick question, that would be great. And then I have a follow-up.
Okay, thank you so much. Kind of pivoting off what Dr. Mary Pierre-Reed said, is it an accurate interpretation of that data to say the expected values of Hopkins schools is actually increasing as you get closer to high school? It looked like our schools are trending above expectations as the students age, or the scholars age. Is that a correct interpretation? Thank you.
They're different. So this is all 2022. So the high school in 2022, middle school in 2022, and elementary in 2022. So I don't think that would be a precise description because they're different students. What I could do is go back and look at those students who were in high school in 2022 and look at what it looked like when they were in elementary school. I think that would get closer to what you're thinking. And we could do that and send it across.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I like the next steps and the context you were giving. For me, looking at this data, I really think immediately that perhaps our assessments are measuring something other than student capability. It feels like they are measuring community demographics as opposed to what our students are actually capable of and what they show up in our buildings as. And so that's part of what I find really helpful when I see this data and putting it into that context of it's not a student, a classroom, a school. It is an entire community, and what are we actually measuring? I think it's important to have this data so that we can come into each community knowing what the reality is and what kind of services we're offering. So I feel like this is so important for us to have as a board to know. Like, I look at the characteristics, student body characteristics of all our schools, and then you go down to the outcomes, and it's like you can just see it. It's very predictable. And I like to see that, yeah, I guess I'm just wondering what are our tools actually assessing, and also how can we be sure that we all in our community are realistic about what kind of context we're operating in. And I think this shows the reality of where we're at, that we are not Hopkins 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, Hopkins looked very different, and I think we can see that in the data. So thank you for presenting that.
Thank you.
We appreciate the partnership, Dr. Nath, and thank you so much for being here in person and increasing our understanding. Truly
Thank you.
appreciate
And
it.
likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. With
Thank
that,
you.
I would like to invite Nicole Dimich up to the table to talk about assessments and their role in the classroom. Thank you for being here. I've known Ms. Dimich for a number of years. She's done a lot of work here in the district. Our kids went to the same elementary school, so we got to know each other there. But also, I've always admired your work at the national level on different ways that we can reach different kinds of learners, and your perspective on, I think, how kids need to be taught and assessed right now is very different than even probably when my kid, who's 21, started school. So I appreciate you being here with us tonight. I'm hoping that we get another longer presentation for our whole community to be a part of, and I will go ahead and turn it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Anderson and Superintendent Mary Perry-Reed and directors. It's so wonderful to be here as a community member, as a parent, but really my role tonight is to share some of my expertise. This is my 31st year as an educator, and I, for the last 19, have been able to really work with educators all around the world at the district level, at the school level, at the team level, at the classroom level, and also really have loved being able to ask students what it's like to be them in classrooms and in school and learn from young people about what works and what doesn't, alongside of a robust field of research around classroom assessment. So I'm an assessment architect with a larger folks who facilitate and support schools around the country. This is just, I just wanted to toss this up because a lot of my work is, and actually I had so many questions for Dr. Nath. It was so amazing to actually hear this in context, because I often get to work with so many different schools and think about assessment as how do we create a more balanced assessment practice that helps us gather information, that helps us understand what's working well in our system and what we need to change in context. And so I put this as kind of the body of work where I've gotten to do a lot of understanding the literature, but then rolling up my sleeves in lots of different contexts, try to figure that out. In fact, I'm flying to LA later tonight to hang out with Inglewood teachers. So I think I'm just excited to be able to share a little bit of this. So when I think about what I'm going to share with you, there's really three major components. The first is, I don't know, when I say assessment, what do you all think? I say assessment, you all think? Tests. Anybody follow that with stress? And as a parent of three young people, who I am now just an empty nester as of last week, but as a parent who's had kids experience testing in lots of different ways, that stress is not only experienced by students, but also by families, and also by educators. And so some of the things that we've done is really look at what are the shifts that we need to make. So assessment isn't all about evaluation and quantities, but we also share that with, it's really, the shift is to be more about information and qualities that help us understand at a deeper level what's working and what the strengths are of our young people in critical skills. So those critical skills can be transferable, and not only will those skills be transferable, but when we make these shifts, students also gain confidence in ways that help them persist when things get really tough. And so it's this marriage between skill and persistence and self-reflection and some of those social and emotional skills that are so important for kids to develop as they start to make decisions about why they're not showing up to class, or why they stop handing in assignments, or why they continue to do that, or why they show up for help, or why they don't. And so one of the things that we've really looked at is the shifts in assessment to being, yes, it's technical, but it's also really relational. And a lot of the shifts are about how do we help every level of the system use assessment as a relationship building piece. So we create cultures of learning where learning can bust up some of those predictable outcomes. And we see across the board in schools that are really navigating that trajectory and really saying, no, we're not going to settle for just predictable outcomes. There are some really key ways in which they use assessment. It's complicated and messy, and so I completely appreciate and loved all of the questions that you all had. So what I'm going to suggest, or what I'm going to share, is certainly based in research, but also needs context. So I will kind of put that around it. The second piece is comprehensive and balanced assessment systems. And Dylan Williams, Susan Burkhart, Maria Rojas, and a few others. And I did include in your a link, is there's a resource list, so you'll see citations of where some of the research that I'm going to share in terms of the practice part, where it comes from. And one of the things that they talk about is exactly what you saw in the initial research that you were looking at, is in our current comprehensive balanced assessment system, we're not seeing those data points used to really help and support learning. And that's not just here in Hopkins, that's across the board. And so I did include a link to that brief because it's really interesting. It leads to a lot of other components that might help contextualize and also potentially help you all identify what are the questions that you want to ask here in Hopkins. Potentially. Everything is potentially. And then the third thing is I will share just a quick, brief example of how this might play out in a classroom and how assessment at the classroom level could shift from just about quantity to quality so that there is more of a sense of confidence and students start to see assessment in terms of learning and not just in terms of scores. And I will invite at any moment in time, if anybody has a question or is like, whoa, please feel free to do that because I know I want to be super, cautious about time. So is there any time, what time are you thinking I should wrap up? Because then I'll skip a couple things.
I think we have about 45 minutes.
45 minutes? Okay, perfect. Then I will do this next thing. My third child, Chase, grew up through Hopkins. He started in kindergarten at Alice Smith. He graduated this last May. He has played tackle football since the time he was in third grade. Here are he and Trell is a good friend of his, and Trell also just headed to Augsburg this fall. And they have not won a football game up until last year, you all. So many of you are familiar with this trajectory. And so that night when they won, they think they won in fifth grade, but it's debatable, really debatable. And a local TV station did a story on them. And I'm going to share the video with you for a couple reasons. One, when I like to contextualize assessment, I really think about assessment practices as noticing and creating a culture of perseverance. So what helps us keep going when things get tough? What helps us, what are those components that lead to that? And so as after you hear this little clip, and maybe some of you have seen it, one of the questions I asked is, when there was a moment where it got tough for you and you wanted to quit or it got hard, what kept you going? So here's a little bit of a story, and then I'll make the connection in a second.
Hopkins High School has seen success over the years in numerous athletic programs, but the Royals football team hadn't won a game since 2020. Last Friday against Eastview, Hopkins was trying to snap their long losing streak. Chaz Moots has the story.
When it comes to winning, Hopkins football isn't too familiar. Seniors on the Royals football team are aware.
We won our one and only game in fifth grade. And other than that, I don't think I've won a game since third grade.
Very aware.
I did the calculations recently. I think we're 1-3 like 67.
At the varsity level, Hopkins has a losing streak of 29 straight games. That's 3 seasons with no wins, and for the seniors going back to their youth days, besides that one win in 5th grade,
Never won a football game.
Not fun. All the hard work.
Going to the practices, it's work, 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 lose, work, 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 lose.
To not taste victory at any point in that time frame, I've never heard of it. Honestly, it's completely mind-blowing to me.
last Friday against Eastview, first-year head coach Chauncey Williams-Bearfield had his team down by 2 touchdowns at halftime.
Even down 14 compared to last couple years, looked pretty good in my eyes.
In the second half, the Royals rallied and tied the game up in the 4th quarter. At the end of regulation, the score remained tied at 14.
Never done overtime before. They score, I'm like, is that it? Did they win? Didn't realize we had a chance, and I was like, okay, this is it.
Down by 7 in overtime, and from their own 16-yard line, the Royals answered back. Instead of kicking an extra point for the tie,
We had the opportunity to go for the win. Let's go for it.
the Royals decided to roll the dice, go for 2, and lose their losing streak.
I've been at this since 3rd grade. It kind of just all flew at us at once. It's like we got one, and just felt amazing.
Just getting to hug them, and we did it. This is it. We won the game. That was super special.
The win was one the Hopkins seniors will never forget, and one that they certainly earned.
Coming out and actually doing something with what we love and winning the game, and our hard work over the past 9-10 years paying off. We loved it enough to put in that work, and I think finally seeing the results of it, it's just a testament to never give up. I mean, if you really love something, I think at the end of the day, the amount of work you'll put into it will eventually show.
In Minnetonka, Chaz Moots, CCX Sports.
So I share that with you, and maybe if you're all right with this, just for 1 minute, not too long, but if you turn to the person right next to you, and maybe the 3 of you, and then just the pairs, a moment, like what do you think contributed to the perseverance? And the reason I'm going to do this is because I'm going to make the connection between the research around assessment and hope and perseverance with a balanced assessment system. So just so you know, we're not going off track. So go ahead, just take 1 minute. What contributes to perseverance when you want to give up?
It's a little shady in his comments. I don't know. I think they really wanted it. I think they practiced a lot.
I sort of think about there's like personal intrinsic wanted to do it for myself, but then like think about those kids too is like there's that whole community of like their family, coaches and whatnot, and so like not wanting to let them down either too, like show them that it's been worth it too. So.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I think they, I also think they were just looking to turn the ship a little bit on like their streak that they had, and was determined to do that in a more strategic way. But they also didn't give up though. Most people who are losing on the team, they're like, I'm going to leave this team and go to a different one. But like they kept going with some of the same people, so they found some belief in the team.
I mean, it's just such a
And in about 10 seconds, I'll welcome you back.
In real time, yeah. And because I know Chase too, like I met him.
And welcome back, everyone. Just love to hear what were a couple of things you said. What is it that keeps you going when it gets hard? Anybody have an idea or hear one from there?
Well, I can share real quick. I noticed that, like they didn't give up and just say, oh, I quit this team and go to a different one who's winning. They just kept going until they made their team win. So they didn't compare themselves to like, someone else who had a better score than them. They were determined to make that for themselves.
Absolutely. So circling around and having a supportive group of teammates or coaches or what that looks like was huge in this. Great. Anything else that jumped out at you?
I was going to share what you said.
So we discuss progress over perfection. So being able, that's what, I kind of communicate to my kids is that one of my kids is everything has to be perfect. The food has to come out perfect. And if it doesn't look perfect, he won't eat it. And so
Yes.
everything for me is like maintaining his expectations of what life will bring and just letting him know, like, you know, nothing is going to be perfect. Dad is not going to make the most perfect meal, and I get berated when I don't. So, you know, just letting them know, like, I showed up and actually made the meal.
Yeah.
Versus it does not look like what you see on YouTube as I didn't burn the, you know, the frosting on the top.
100%. Yeah, I love that idea and that's actually some of what they did. Like in the early years, the coaches would say to the parents, okay, when we get a first down, we are going to cheer like it was the Super Bowl. And we annoyed the other team all the time because sometimes it was only 2 or 3 first downs. But it's that notion of if it's only evaluation, is it good or bad? Am I good or am I bad? And that's one of the things we see a lot with students who have struggled over time is they start to give up. They start to give up because assessment will be just another reminder, oh, I can't do it. And so I'll show you a couple of different examples of how that might play out. But I have shown this all over. In fact, in Thailand, there was a Hopkins graduate that was so excited at an international school after I showed this, because I think sometimes we want to use our assessment practices to build our systems up at the school board level and at the district level. We want to build our educators up so that we use assessment to help them believe and develop a sense of hope and that what they do matters. Because if you come and you show up and you're like, well, it doesn't matter because the prediction is we're not going to be able to do that, those beliefs get in the way of educators taking different actions. And so that leads to this whole notion, and this is one of our central pieces in the work that I do, is assessment. When we see it as information, it builds a sense of hope, it builds a sense of efficacy, and that leads to achievement. Shane Lopez was a senior scientist in research at the Gallup organization, and he defined hope as the future will be better than the present, and coupled with the belief that you have the power to make it so. And further, when we looked at, did a review of peer-reviewed research, as well as some other pieces in the lane of academic achievement, knowing there's like a lot of body of research, hope is a better predictor. So kids having hope is a better predictor of achievement than intelligence, personality, previous academic success, ACT or SAT scores. So if I show up believing that if I'm going to engage in this and it's going to be possible, then kids will persevere longer and they will show up in ways that lead to higher achievement. And again, I included a lot of these citations in the handout, so if you wanted to dig in a little bit more to what this looks like, and because certainly this is, there's lots to talk about there. So when we look at the classroom assessment research at its best, assessment describes what students' strengths are, and it provides info for reflection on what worked and what's next. But the reality is so much of assessment is about quantities and evaluation. You already named that stress was one of the things that first came to your mind. Sometimes students will say, how much is this worth? And they're thinking in their mind, if it's only worth a few points, then I'm only going to put in a little bit effort. In fact, one of my middle son at times would say, Mom, it's only worth 5 points. Why should I do that? And so when we focus our language of assessment around quantities, achieving it becomes about how much work can I do, and getting compliance to, okay, let's get the work done. If we get the work done, then potentially we'll learn more. And so part of this it's unintentional, but it does lead to kids thinking about assessment in terms of stress and in terms of quantities, or leaning on us, is this right? Sometimes our language is high kids, low kids, high achieving kids, you're missing assignments, this is graded. All of those puts labels on kids and usually is associated with some type of quantity. And so when we position assessment in a way that's more about information that helps our system understand practices that we should keep doing and practices that we need to shift to, one of the first shifts we want to look at is this notion of being over-tested and shifting to balanced and informed. And so in this particular case, when we look at this is some of the work that Susan Brookhart, Jay McTighe, Dylan William did in the future of assessment practices. And they really looked at a multitude of factors. Some of them were synthesis of studies, but they looked at school districts and how they used assessment, so what that looked like, and they found that in many cases it didn't serve to improve student learning, and it really missed the important learning outcomes, or it underserved one or more stakeholder groups. So, for example, like the MCA is one piece of information that we're looking at. It's an external assessment. And one of the things we'll talk about is the best use of external assessments in a comprehensive and balanced assessment system is to look at that data over time and look at the patterns to say which groups of students are being served really well in the system and which groups of students need something different than what we're currently doing. And so this lack of improvement in terms of student learning, sometimes, and again, I'm generalizing, please know this isn't specific to Hopkins, so you'll have to say, is this something that's happening here or is this something different? So I want to make sure that that's clear. But in systems where the external assessment, MCA, ACT, it's not where you want it to be, and we're missing groups of students, there's sometimes a tendency to do much more test prep and much more shifting to, okay, how do we get test scores up, instead of what are the critical skills and standards that kids need to learn so that they'll be able to demonstrate learning and skills in different ways, and the MCAs or ACT being one of them. So this particular graphic that I'm going to show you now, this idea of feeling over-tested, and sometimes I ask educators, do you feel over-tested? And sometimes it's yes, we really do. There's so much assessment. And sometimes the pushback is I have so much assessment to do, I don't have time to pause and respond. And so we want to be able to pause, analyze, and then take action on each of these types of assessments. And if we're overusing any one of these or underusing any one of these, you'll see a comprehensive balanced assessment system that doesn't lead to student results. So, or that would be one outcome or one reason of that. So the external assessments, as I said, those are things like the MCA, ACT, SAT. These might be perception surveys as well, and they're usually externally administered. And again, the best use of these is to understand the impact of these on a system over time. So I'll give you an example of how one district, and this was actually in Canada, this was in Quebec, they looked at over time their algebraic concepts, or their algebraic scores on their provincial exam were low for their Indigenous students. And so one of the things that they did is like, okay, let's think about what's happening here. And they looked at Western ways of knowing mathematics and Indigenous ways of knowing mathematics. They worked with a local group, and they designed some culturally relevant, more like weaving activities that kids were doing within the context of being able to learn these algebraic concepts. Their scores increased dramatically, and the provincial exam got no more culturally relevant. But what happened was they analyzed what was happening, and so I have this next slide where they looked at the strengths in the data, they looked at some of the disparities, they dug into challenges and some of the opportunities that were potentially there. They looked at the root cause, and then they identified next steps, and they figured, you know what, our jurisdiction needs to learn more about how to connect the learning kids are doing to things that connect with them. And then the application is they started to implement that in a way that was more systematic, and they did some monitoring to see how what that possibility was. In another district, they were sure that their science scores would increase dramatically because they had bought these really engaging FOSS kits. So they were trying to do all of this innovative instruction, and their scores actually took a dive. And when they looked at what was being asked, they found that kids were actually not having to recall information, they were having to apply it in a deeper way. And so in this case, when they analyzed this data and root cause, they're like, you know what, we don't have to toss out our innovation, we just have to ask different questions. And so we need to support our educators in ways that, how do we ask questions? So instead of having them identify the water cycle in something, we're gonna ask them scenario-based questions, and we're going to learn how to question at a deeper level, so when students get to something, it's not just that they've memorized it and regurgitated it, but it's right at the level we want them to be. So those are just examples of how some folks have used large-scale data to inform what's happening at the instructional level. Benchmark assessments, similar. Usually they're given 2 to 3 times a year. And benchmark assessments might be things that are preparing kids for the MCA, so they might look like the MCA. They might be growth measures like MAP scores are often frequently used. Those too are for the adults in the system to look 2 to 3 times a year to say, okay, in November, if that's given then, which groups of students are being served well, which groups of students need something different, so there can be some change happening right away. However, the external assessments and the benchmark assessments aren't things that students are going to use to set goals. They're not data for even teachers may be able to use some of the benchmark data if it lines up tightly to what they expected kids to master, but usually that's not the case. And so if you give a benchmark assessment in November and kids are struggling on a concept and you look at it, it may be that they have not learned that in the sequence of their units. So benchmark assessments and external assessments are really helpful for the system and teacher teams, even a school leadership team or a guiding coalition, to understand how are we coming in meeting some end-of-year marks, but we shouldn't overanalyze those for classroom instructional levels. Now, the last 3, these are where, I'll give this quick example for a benchmark assessment. In this example for the benchmark assessment, this particular school noticed that kids were coming in at grade level according to their MAP data. Okay, so in the quadrant, there were kids who had shown that they were at grade level. When they assessed them again in the winter, they were still at grade level. So they noticed that they weren't pushing kids who were at grade level to a deeper level of learning. And so this highlighted, that's a great use of the MAP scores, who's growing, who's not, because now we can say, you know what, we've got to build in more opportunities when we realize that students are meeting the grade level standard to help push them to their next level. So again, so then they can flip to, okay, how are we going to do this? What is this going to look like in our classroom level? So benchmark assessments, external assessments, mostly for the adults in the system. Then let's look at these notion of end-of-unit assessments, formative and formative assessments. This is where educators would spend, and teachers in particular, would spend most of their time and energy. Because you would take your standards that are grade level and you'd map them across units. And then you'd make sure that your end-of-unit assessments, the test, the project, the paper, was right at grade level. In places where teachers are not sure that kids are ready for grade level, what you'll notice is that the assessments and instruction they're getting are below grade level. If we assess and instruct kids at grade level all year long, because we're doing it with the best in mind, where will they end up?
At grade level.
Below grade level. So what happens sometimes, and again, this would be something you would uncover, so some team or some schools will ask folks to, let's take a look at our end-of-unit assessments. Are they at grade level? Or are they at the level where we think kids can achieve? So we want them to build, and it's with this intention of we want them to build and have success, but we need to assess and instruct at grade level, and then we'll respond to whatever we see in the data that says, oh, they need a little bit more work here. So this whole notion of end-of-unit assessments is, if there are teams, then they're making sure that they understand the grade level assessments and what kids need to do at grade 3 or at grade 9, and making sure that that aligns. And then we don't want to wait till the end of the unit. So now we have some teacher teams who will say, where do kids need more practice? What's the most complex part of that skill that kids need more feedback on? And they'll administer what we call a formative assessment or a quiz where they can look at it and say, okay, who gets it, who doesn't, what's getting in the way? And that's used more instructionally. And the formative assessment, the blue box, is all of the things that happened along the way, the checks for understanding. And I often explain this. I'll often ask, do you remember that moment in class where you were like amazing and on fire and students were so engaged and then all of a sudden a student said something and they totally missed the boat? And in that moment, when teachers change and say, whoa, 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 everybody go here who thinks this, and they make a move at the assessment center, we call that instructional agility. And we see that some of the most change in kids' learning happens at that instructional classroom level. And so we need to build, or we approach this as wanting to build teachers' expertise of noticing those moments and then being able to adjust in the moment. But we can't do it on everything. We have to do it on the most important skills because there's no time to address it all. So that's where teams and teachers will look at what are the most important skills so that the assessment doesn't drive the learning, but the learning, the critical skills, drives the information we're going to get at each level of the system. So I love the questions that you all asked about what is this data saying? What does the MCA actually tell us? What's the information we're getting from there so that you can ask really targeted questions and then be able to make adjustments as a result. So I often talk about end-of-unit assessments informing additional time and support that young people need to meet those most essential grade level standards, and that formative assessments are the moment that we gather information in collaboration to really understand how to support one another as educators in developing new ways to help kids learn. This whole idea of system data is, and of course, at a board level, you would explore what are the questions that make best sense for you all to ask of this data so that you can support the system in ways that understand this is working really well, and these are some things that we want to explore in a little deeper dive. So there's different ways in which we might do that. I provided you this template, and this is really, I guess, a graphic organizer, if you will, where some folks will go through and say, what data points do we have in each of these types of assessment data? How are they currently being used and by whom? And part of this is we want to make sure that there are data points that aren't being overused by different roles in the system. And so this can help kind of streamline and really target and focus what's happening. So I'm going to just pause for a moment, and if there's questions, the questions that I usually pose to other school boards that I've shared this exact information with, or district level folks, is how balanced is your assessment system? Are you really clear on each of the different data points, the panoramic data, the MCA, the ACT, course taking patterns? Are you clear about the different types of data that are being collected? How is it being analyzed? Who's using it? So that there's a real intentional way of using this data to have the last question, what's the greatest impact on learning and teaching? And I think that's one of the reasons I think assessment is so powerful, is it gets put over here sometimes as just evaluation, but if we really think about it as information, it can help inform and really help tease out what to keep doing, what to stop doing, and what to start doing. So I'll pause for a moment if you would have any questions or comments or connections, and then I'll end with one classroom piece for you all to chew on.
Thank you. I actually just appreciate seeing those questions because I don't think I've ever sat down and kind of gone in that order of really thinking about assessments. So I appreciate just the questions. Anyone have any thoughts, feedback, questions?
Chair Andreessen, I do. So thank you so much. I agree. These are really important questions for us to be asking ourselves, especially with the context of the previous presentation tonight. At the beginning, you touched on this idea of making assessment meaningful for students, and how often the way we've done that in the past is by assigning point values to signal that this thing is important. So it's one of the many problems with relying solely on MCA data, is that those tests aren't meaningful for a lot of students, and so we don't know really how engaged students are when they're taking those tests, right?
Yes.
I know from working with older students, high school and college and graduate students, that if I don't make the assessment, whatever it is at that stage, meaningful, it's just like a non-starter. Like they're not going to engage in it at all, right?
Yes.
I have way less experience with younger students and how to create meaningful assessments that students find meaningful, that then adults will find even more meaningful because the data that we're getting as adults in the system is really rich. And I know you could probably give a whole 4-hour presentation on this topic, but I'm wondering if there's some nuggets you can leave us with in terms of making assessment meaningful for students.
Absolutely. You know what? I could actually move to that next shift, and it does exactly that. What are some of those pieces? So if there's any other questions on the balanced assessment, because that's at the heart of it, we want assessment to really help students identify their strengths. And so often, when a student gets an assessment back, how many kids look at the assessment and say, oh, this means I know this, and this means I have these strengths. And potentially, I would love that if that were the case, but often that's not the case. Kids are looking, or students are looking, young people are looking at the score and then looking to their peer to say, what'd you get? And there's a comparison of quantities instead of a comparison to what's the quality of my work. And so part of this is, in working with teacher teams, is to help teacher teams really think about, and teachers in general, think about what is it that you wanted kids to learn and how are we communicating that so that we're starting to connect, young people are starting to connect their assessment, whether it's a project, a paper, or a test, with the learning, and that it's going to tell them something about that. So I can totally give you a little quick example of that. Should I move to that, or were there any other questions on balanced assessment?
I think we're good. Thanks.
All right, so this next shift, and...
No,
oh, yeah, please.
Natalia, does Z have any questions? We can't see him. Are you good, Z? Thumbs up?
I am good.
Okay, great.
So this idea of the next shift is exactly what it is, shifting to this classroom and how students experience assessment, and this move from quantities to qualities. And a quick story about my son. This is my son, Reese. He is now a junior at Iowa State. Woohoo! He's a very different learner than my daughter, who was the perfectionist. So the moment, we lived in Georgia during the time she was in elementary school, and the moment she started to get grades, she just started to be incredibly scared about making any kind of mistake. And if she got a mistake, she wanted to figure out how to get a higher score. And she was just incredibly driven by achievement. Reese, not so much. He was much more focused on relevance and meaning. And he fell into a deep depression during the pandemic and actually stopped doing everything. And it was about midterm, and he was taking American Sign Language. And the teacher had done, of course, an interview, and it was midterm. And he showed up for the Zoom. Thank goodness, you all. And at the end of the interview, the teacher said, Reese, you know everything that's most essential, so I'm going to exempt you from all of those little assignments. And Reese looked at me, and he's like, Mom, I think I might take ASL 2. And he not only took ASL 2, he took ASL 3, he took ASL 4, and I didn't even understand till a senior spotlight video how much that community had influenced him. So this whole notion of shifting our practice in assessment from chasing kids to get work done to chasing evidence of learning is really at the heart and soul of making assessment really meaningful. Now, was I not a little annoyed that he wasn't doing any of the little assignments? Yes, absolutely, because we might ask, where's the accountability? And I do pose the question a lot, is what are we wanting to hold kids accountable to? A higher level of quality work, and I want them doing little assignments that are going to help them. In this case, Reese didn't need to do the little assignments to show learning. In another case, he does need feedback that his work habits and doing the things that maybe he doesn't want to do, he needs to work on that, but that's separate than the achievement. So this whole notion of assessment as meaningful needs to give kids better feedback and more targeted feedback. So here's the example I'd share with you. If a student got 67% on an assessment, what do you think they might be thinking about their learning?
I'm stupid.
I'm stupid.
I failed.
I don't know that. Or
I don't know.
I'm not good at that.
I'm not good at that. And some students, given their context, might say, phew, just made it. right? That's better than half. So context will matter, but if it's just quantities and we believe that assessment should give info on strengths and next steps, we have to do a little differently. And so in this particular case, if we break it down and at the top of the assessment, they get more specific descriptions, now the student can, as you can see, it's obvious. They understand two things, they have one left to go. So now this is where assessment becomes information that helps them target their strengths. And when we target that sense of strength, that confidence is built to say, okay, this is manageable. I can work on one thing. So the background work of this is making sure that the assessment evidence that that teachers are using is matched to the learning goals or what we wanted kids to learn. And then we can start to, whether this is a test, whether it's a paper or a project or an infographic, students are getting really targeted information, and then they can start to self-reflect. So they can say, here's what I know, here's what I need to do. And then to build a sense of achievement, so we're not just relying on students to, if they feel like they can, they will, then teachers will tease out who are the students that need to work on individual learning targets or learning goals. And so in this case, this is also where assessment is more meaningful. Not always like, oh yes, I'm excited to work on this. It's different than that, but it's more targeted and more hopeful. And so then when students work on, in this case, interpreting data, they learn a little bit more, they reassess, and their grade is now replaced. Now they start to make the connection. It matters. When I engage in this and I learn more and now I have evidence of learning, my grade goes up or my percentage goes, whatever that looks like. But the key here is that students start to get learning and instruction based in their information. And then again, for kids who are showing mastery or young people who are showing mastery, what are the next couple of steps that they would take to be able to take their learning to the next level, and not just more, but really targeted. So that's just one example of like sharing assessment in relationship to learning, and that's at the classroom level. And we do a lot of co-construction with students too, to say and to ask them, what's the impact? Because I think a lot of this too is noticing the impact of any assessment practice on our systems, sense of hope, sense of, oh, what I do matters, and that would translate to students as well. Like, do students believe that assessment actually gives them information on their learning? And the focus groups and the surveys that I've done with students are really focused on trying to understand how students are experiencing assessment, because at the end of the day, they're going to make a decision to show up and show learning and keep going or not. And what we've found is assessment sits at the center often of this happening. You can have amazing, innovative practices, but if you handle assessment in a way that's more evaluative, where kids lose hope, the innovation will fall flat. It might be engaging, but you won't see increases in learning because assessment is now positioned as more evaluation. That's been our experience and kind of backed up. But again, there's so many different ways this plays out in context. And the questions that I often leave folks with is, what has been your experience with assessment and grading? Because it matters at every level. Teachers often teach the way they were taught and assessed. And even when making really big transformative changes in assessment, it takes a very intentional conversation and looking at how to do this in a way that's doable and feasible, and that leads to impact. So again, I leave you with some of those questions, as well as a list of references that are certainly there for you to dig into. And if you have any questions, I will happily take them. But I also am so grateful to be able to just share a little bit in a community that means a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
All right, Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a little biased because I love Nicole. She is amazing. But I just have two quick questions for you, Nicole. One, is there any assessment data around early entrance assessments for students who are not quite the age for kindergarten, but they need to take those early entrance testing to get into kindergarten. So like, for example, my daughter got approved to go through her birthday September 6th, and school started September 5th. And so I was just wondering, like, is there any data that suggests like a one-day difference for kindergarten will make, you know, a difference in a child's learning ability? Because I have some very deep concerns about the assessment process for that, to be completely honest. And so it's just seeing if you had any resources or anything around that. I know it's like a long-winded question, but for the interest of time, but just wondering.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything specific other than I have looked at some of the research around early assessment, and there's just a lot of variance because of how kids are shown up and what's accurate in assessment. Giving a 3 and 4 year old something paper pencil isn't there's a few places where they've tried to do some of that, but happy to share that the classroom assessment SAGE handbook has a truckload of peer-reviewed research around early assessment, so I'm happy to send that if that would be useful or helpful. The high level, and this was a few years ago, so please, I would think you would definitely want to dive in a little bit deeper, but some of the things that I've initially looked at probably 5 to 7 years ago was looking at assessment information from pre-K through grade 2, and that you don't look at it as an individual year, because the change in kids' development and achievement is so different, specifically during those years. But yeah, please, I would definitely want to guide you to more research around early childhood, and wouldn't take what I said without a citation.
No, thank you so much. And then just really quick, so would you say researchers suggest that maybe standardized testing is an outdated measure for assessing students?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, which measure?
So standardized testing is an outdated measure, an outdated measuring assessment for students. Like, does research kind of start going towards that trend?
We're looking into, I'm working with a couple of state departments right now where we're looking with a sampling approach instead of an individual student assessment approach, which leads to your key issue. We do know that sampling leads to being able to have outcomes that are more meaningful and more transferable. So I wouldn't say it's completely outdated, but I think there's a lot of evidence to say how we assess in a standardized fashion puts a cap on what kids are actually learning. Just very quickly, because what will happen was if we're only assessing in a this is very simple, but multiple choice way, teachers will say, well, yes, that's great, but this is how I'm being evaluated, so this is all I can do. And so there's some evidence that how we do that is super important. So looking and exploring different models of accountability is certainly being explored in Colorado, New Hampshire, and Arizona.
Thank you. Chair Andreessen, do you have any, and thank you for that, to build on that comment that you just made, do you have any insight of what Colorado, New Hampshire, and then, I'm sorry, the other state?
Arizona.
Arizona, what, if they're not using standardized testing and they're using some level of assessment,
Yep.
do you have any like data, hard or soft, of like how things are going for them if they're not using it? And the only reason I bring that up is attending the AMSD meeting on Friday. It was parents are open to, at least in Minnesota, I'm talking about Minnesota.
Yep.
Parents are open based on a survey that Morris Leatherman did to no standardized testing, but because we live in a very individualistic and everything is about measuring numbers, and I didn't realize this as a child until I got older. It was like my parents kept asking me like, how are you doing in school? And I was like, I'm attending a school. What difference does it make how I'm doing?
Right.
Then, like, now,
I'm showing up.
Now as I gotten older, it's like I've caught myself asking my kids the same questions that my parents asked me, and everything is about measuring.
Yes.
And so now I'm starting to say I feel bad because when they decide to get married and have kids, they're going to be asking their kids the same thing. What are you doing? And how many times have you done it? And like everything is measured based. So I think
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see like if you have any data on how those states are doing with non-standardized tests.
Absolutely. Well, I think, so there's a couple of things that I'm happy to send you. Colorado's in its infancy stages right now. Kentucky did this a number of years ago where they did sampling, and the sampling allowed for them to ask kids to do more higher level performance tasks, and then they would do a sampling to understand at a state level how kids were coming to learn that piece. But unfortunately, that went by the wayside when there was another approach. They wanted every student to be assessed, to be able to show disparities and to evaluate schools versus really look at what the intent of those large-scale measures are. So I'm happy to send that to you because Tom Guskey did that at the in Lexington, University of Kentucky, and they did some really beautiful work around and instructive work. And then Linda Darling Hammond also, in the early years, she did performance assessment tasks in California, and they looked at sampling. San Diego did a little bit of that. New Hampshire, actually, they went full on competency-based. So they went to more of a portfolio based piece, which also led to questions more about like, okay, what's your evidence of understanding these communication and some of the critical skills? So I'm happy to share the New Hampshire report, the Kentucky report. The Colorado stuff I think is still in the works, but it has a lot of, I think you're right, there's a lot, of course you're right, but there's a lot more appetite for thinking about accountability in a different way. And what does it take to hold, to create a culture where kids are learning really meaningful competencies and we're not having to be mired in the details and spending so much resource on individual assessments that kids are not showing up for, or that they're showing up for and not giving us really high quality information. So if that would be helpful, I'm happy to share what I have.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Be great. And I want to be mindful of your time.
I know.
Because we're talking about superintendent goals next, but yes, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to build off of what Director Ross was beginning to share, right? We attended the Association of Metropolitan School Districts meeting. When was it?
Friday.
Last Friday. The days blend together. And so in surveying hundreds of Minnesotans very recently, Peter Leatherman was explaining that 62% of parent respondents believe that the MCA test accurately represents achievement. 35% of parents do not believe that, and 3% are unsure. And what he said is, look, as school districts, we have to work together to help our parents understand what more holistic assessment of learning means. Like, what does it look like? Because if we believe that the MCA, that single score, is not an accurate representation at the student, the classroom, the school, the district, the state level, then what is, right? What are the measurements? We have to help our parents understand what we're replacing that current understanding with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, there's so much more to talk about around those things because there's a lot of, we're doing some proposals right now to try to look at how to make some more headway in what that could look like. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And just wanted to mention that we are planning on doing a school board engagement session with you for the whole community to be a part of, where we can probably dive deeper into all the stuff and people can get their questions answered if you didn't get them answered tonight. So thank you again. Really appreciate you being here and all the information you brought to the table. And the questions.
Oh, all right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you,
safe
Nicole.
flight.
Safe travels.
So with that, we will move to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed, your superintendent goals for the year.
Speed myself up to like 2.0?
Yes.
Okay. And Natalia, I shared the thing, if you just want to maybe reduce it to 90% and put it on the screen. And board members should also have it. Okay, so as efficiently as I can, to just give some context for our community, we do have a goal framework here in Hopkins, which we did develop in-house, but based on research. What are the strongest levers, the most important levers that we need to look at in terms of personal leadership development, effective leadership of all leaders across the system, and also school improvement. And so we have 3 goal areas that are in our strategic plan and in everyone's goals docs. So that's district and school leaders, superintendent, and then our board also engages in goal setting according to these 3 goal areas, which are learning and teaching, school district culture, and operations. And so as the system leader, then I have the opportunity during in June, we spend 3 days with our leaders reflecting on the previous year, and then in August, we spend time preparing for the school year, and then throughout the year, we meet quarterly with our school leaders to check in on site-specific goals. So I have a lot of that school-by-school context that informs my thinking, but then also my job is to sort of see the system as an entire organization with, multiple moving parts, and then ask myself, okay, well, what are the key levers to moving improvement across the system? And so I did identify 3 goals in each of these 3 goal areas. Under learning and teaching, there is a goal around student achievement, there is a goal around instructional consistency, and then student belonging. And then under school and district culture, there's a goal around employee belonging, engagement, and retention, a goal around school safety, and then a goal around community trust and engagement. And then under operations, we have fiscal responsibility, transportation after action review, so a transportation-related goal. And then, of course, our bond referendum, so successfully passing our bond referendum and capital projects levy renewal this November on November 4, which was actually the only carryover goal from last year, although there's a lot of interconnectedness between last year's goals and this year's goals. So any questions so far, sort of on the larger context? Okay, so if we just sort of maybe spend 90 seconds on each goal area, and then I suppose we could always revisit this, and it's also posted for community and in draft form, because I do want board members to give feedback or ask questions if you have it, and then we'll finesse these and they will be the goals for the year. So the under teaching and learning, then, a goal around increasing the percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level benchmarks in reading and math by at least 5 percentage points, and that would be as measured by a FAST Bridge, which is a tool that we use to assess literacy and math K-9, I believe. And we have talked about the importance of belonging, consistency, and coherence, and I've referenced now this research report a couple of different times. So I did want to organize a goal around instructional consistency because it also aligns with our Hopkins instructional leadership team work, and that's the large group of folks that gather together monthly right in this space. So our principals, our instructional coaches, teacher leaders, and we look at, okay, well, what are the instructional moves that should be happening in classrooms to then increase students' literacy and numeracy, and how are we gauging consistency of instructional practices across the system? So that's what that second goal is. And then a student belonging goal. So we do use the Panorama survey twice a year to have students tell us how how strong of a sense of belonging they feel in school, to what degree are they respected by their teachers, to what degree do they feel positively connected to their peers, all kinds of questions around social emotional learning and competence. And so there are specific questions that we then can tie to belonging, and we can track our students' level of belonging across our schools. So then if we move to culture, please, then there is a goal around employee belonging, engagement, and retention. So last year, we did a ton of research to identify an instrument that would be valid and reliable, with questions that even other organizations ask their employees to gauge employee belonging, engagement. And we administered this survey at the end of last year. We did find that about 75% of respondents feel that they have strong engagement here in Hopkins Public Schools, and we'd like to increase that. We'd also like to start tracking our retention within each employee group. And so this year, the goal is around increasing belonging for adults, but also setting some retention benchmarks through our HR information systems, and then beginning to track that on an annual basis, but also learn from our employees through that survey what are the factors that increase belonging and employee satisfaction so that we can retain our talented staff. And then I did share with our high school team that I really feel it's important to have a school safety goal, and not just to focus on safety, because we know that belonging and safety are interconnected. So this school safety goal really is around increasing the percentage of our high school students and families who report strong sense of belonging, love, and personal safety at our high school, and identifying this. So for our community, if just in case you're listening and not looking at the doc, then under reliable data, there are some ways, some metrics and things that we can use to track in these three areas. So for belonging and love, we would use the Panorama survey, and then for safety, there's discipline data and introducing a student survey that will give us some really great information. I should mention that every goal is then sort of deconstructed and aligned to a set of, tactics. And in Hopkins, we follow what we call the SMARTY framework. So it's like a SMART goal with then inclusivity and equity also considered. So SMART being strategic, measurable, attainable, reliable, time-bound, and then inclusive and equitable. Okay. And then for the last culture goal, that's around community trust and engagement. And I really feel that as a system leader, just like great leaders have conversations with their most talented staff, they're called stay conversations. Like, you are amazing. We need to keep you here. What's going well for you? What feels challenging? What can I personally do to make sure that you stay, right? We need to have the same conversations with our families, and we need to understand what are the components of the schooling experience that help our families not just choose Hopkins, but stay. We have had families who have left. I mean, the competition in the West Metro is fierce, just, period, right? Lots of districts, charters, privates to choose from. And when things don't go well in our system, or families are upset because what they expect isn't aligned with what is delivered, then families have that choice to leave. And I want to create a series of opportunities that give us some real-time data to help us understand our families better. I think during and for the couple years after COVID, we were intensely surveying our families all the time. We had so much data, and I think it's been a couple years since we really have engaged with our families in that way, and I want to do that this year, and that'll give our system some really great data. And then finally, oh my, it's 6:59. In the operations space, so then we'll hear more from our business services team because we are engaging in the work around stabilizing our finances. Our director of business services left at the end of June, and we had some trouble, along with like 25 other districts, finding a director of business services. So we do have a team of consultants that is working with us in the finance space, helping us complete audits. So that first goal really is around, okay, let's organize and structure the finance space in a way that is transparent and identifying some processes that will better our budgeting process and our entire fiscal infrastructure. And then I wanted to have a transportation goal because this past spring, as our community knows, as a result of needing to reduce our budget by $7 million, we did have to make some significant transportation changes. Some of those went well and some of those didn't. And so internally, we want to engage in an after-action review to understand, okay, what aspects of that change process did work well and where did we experience some challenge or fall short. And then, of course, the last goal is related to our bond referendum and capital projects levy renewal. We have always passed our bond referenda in Hopkins, and we intend to do so again on November 4. And so those are the 6 goals across 3 areas. No, 9 goals. Goodness.
Yes, 3
that's,
times
That's
3.
a lot of work for this year.
Yes.
But I have a strong team, and thanks for listening, and then feel free, board members, to maybe shoot me an email with feedback or questions.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that and the lightning speed with which you reviewed it. I would direct all board members, if you have any questions or any feedback, to email them to Dr. Mary Perry Reed. And this is just the preliminary, so this isn't like she's going forth. We'll have more discussions, correct, around these goals.
Or if I don't hear back, I can start acting.
Right, sure. Yes, I think that would be good, but also I think we should all carefully review these and communicate directly with the superintendent and myself, because this is one of our jobs as school board members, is to support the superintendent in meeting her goals. So thank you for that. And we will now move on to our organizational meeting. I will, though, if everyone's agreed, give a 5-minute break so that we all have a chance to take care of anything that we need to take care of before the meeting starts. So I will see you all back here at 7:08. Are you okay?
Put this to the table. Put that there.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. It is 7:10 p.m. and I will call to order this meeting, organizational meeting of the Hopkins School Board. We have, I would look for an approval of our agenda for this evening.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the agenda is approved. The first order of new business is a resolution designating the contracted director of business depositories for school fund services. And that is for, the administration is requesting that the board approves the proposed depositories for the 2025-26 school year. Do I need to read it out? The full one? As follows.
On the back, there's all of the resolutions that are made.
On the back.
Or sorry, not that. Under B, it has all of the recommendations for everything, all of the resolutions that are being made.
Okay.
I think that has it in there as well.
So the first one is to designate the contracted director of business depositories, and then B is for authorizing electronic funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one is that we approve the proposed depositories for the 2025-26 school year as follows. Checking account depository is U.S. Bank, investment depositories, U.S. Bank Corp., cash transfer accounts, U.S. Bank, and then custodian of investment collateral is U.S. Bank. I would look for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Chair Andreessen.
Yes. Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you. Are the people that are mentioned, Scott Lesage, and then it says and/or D. Caring, are those our CISO representatives?
Treasurer Hartland, yes. Scott Lesage and Dee Dee Caring are actually here in the boardroom, available in case board members have questions about these two agenda items. And yes, they are our CISO partners. And I wanted to make sure the board knows that they're in the space this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Chair Andreessen, and it's fine if we don't know this, but I'm just curious, have we used U.S. Bank for these four places before in previous years?
So could I rephrase that to say, are there any changes from
That'll
prior practice?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Do you mind if we ask Scott and Dee Dee and Nick to approach the board table?
Absolutely not. That'd be
Okay.
great.
Awesome. So just to let our community know, and during at the end of the superintendent report, we will more formally introduce our CISO partners. But for this agenda item, thank you, Scott and Dee Dee, for being here, and thanks, Nick, Dr. Lightfoot, for all the work that you're doing to partner with our business services team. And thanks for being at the table to answer these questions. Have we used, was it U.S. Bank before? Was that the one mentioned?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, are there any changes?
Yeah, happy to give just a little bit of background on these organizing resolutions. Just by way of crafting these and putting these together, the first set of the organizing resolutions, the board did look at the previous organizational meeting. We did take additional time at that point in time Rather than bringing these two forward, we did want to make sure that we had our CISO partners with us at the time to look at and review these. So these were reviewed with all of us collectively to make sure that we had the proper lineup here. As you will note from the document itself, there are multiple agencies that are listed in each of these for specific depository needs. So in answer to the question that Director Thompson put forward, yes, some of these have had long-standing experience with us. A couple of these are new, and we can certainly speak to, if there are specific questions, what those might be. And so at some point, we'll have the opportunity to introduce as well, but Scott and Dee Dee are here with, we have specific questions about the purpose of any of these to help educate the board if there are questions.
So I think the question is, are there any changes? And you said there are. Is there any interest in digging deep into knowing which ones are new?
Not on my count. Thank you, though.
Any further questions on this particular resolution?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
As a tiny bit of context, I do know that in CFAC, the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, it was asked by the various professionals that volunteer on that committee that this be kind of examined to make sure that our investments are very diverse, and also that we are just up to date, like getting the best rates and aligning with businesses that we want to be aligned with. And so is that the addition of some of these? I'm looking at our, it was August 20th of 2024, the last time we did this, and designated some depositories. And you're right, of course, the list is largely the same, but are the addition of some of these other ones a result of that work?
I think part of the addition of the one that we looked at, and maybe you want to speak more to the cash flow statements and things that we were looking at, trying to hopefully, in a forward-thinking way, provide the board with some more specific sets of information, much like you described.
So hi, I'm Dee Dee Caring. I suppose that was obvious between the Scott and Dee Dee names, right? But yeah, we talked about this with the superintendent and with Nick about the possibility of adding another vendor, PMA, at this time. It does provide the school district with some more options as it is for investments. In addition, that company in particular does have a cash flow statement, which basically looks at all of the revenue that comes in and the expenses that the school district has, whether it's payroll, accounts payable, and then, of course, state aids, taxes, and federal monies as well. And on a monthly basis, provides a really good tool for finance as well as the school board, and can make some additional decisions on that. Many of the organizations that are on there are familiar to us as finance practitioners in other school districts. So we're very familiar with what the companies can do, and certainly we'll look at the best possible methodology for using for investing the school district's funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? I'm just waiting a second for the I don't see any. Given that, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and this resolution is passed. We move on to the resolution authorizing electronic funds. And we would look for, the recommendation is that the board adopts the proposed resolution below, authorizing the use of electronic fund transfers and investments as follows. All right, here I go. Resolved that the contracted Director of Business Services, Scott Lesage, and/or D, is it Caring?
Correct.
Be authorized to make or cause to be made electronic funds transfers between school district accounts. Resolved further that contracted Director of Business Services, Scott Lesage, and/or D. Caring be authorized to open or cause to be opened investment accounts with designated institutions in consideration of terms, conditions, and covenants required by such institutions, to endorse or cause to be endorsed on behalf of the district any drafts, orders, certificates, checks, or other investment instruments in connection with such accounts, and to make or cause to be made deposits to such accounts by check, draft, order, or electronic funds transfer. Resolved further that unless superseded, any and all resolutions heretofore adopted by the Board of Education and certified to depositories designated at the organizational meeting of September 9th, 2025, governing the operation of this district's accounts with them be and are hereby continued in full force. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those, is that you, Z?
Yes, he raised his hand.
Yes, Chair Andreessen, I do have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
And the question is, are there any controls or anything that we need to do to make sure, because of the unique relationship with CISO, I just want to make sure that it wouldn't be an audit item later. Are there any controls we need to build in?
An audit item that they're authorized to do electronic transfers?
Right.
Okay.
I can speak a little bit to that.
Yes.
CISO does this in many school districts throughout the state of Minnesota, so where we have contracts with, we do go through this process of getting a formal approval from the school board. We're acting on behalf of you as your business manager. So we sign off, we get authorization through the bank to be able to do this, and it's legitimate. It's not something that will come up as an audit issue or with an accounting firm. So we follow all the same protocols that your previous director would have done as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the second resolution is passed. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, our meeting action items are concluded, so I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the organizational meeting is adjourned at 7:22 p.m. Thank you, everybody, and we have a whopping 8 minutes until we come back for the start of our other meeting, at our regular board meeting at 7:30.
Thank you.
at 7:30. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. I will go ahead and call to order this regular meeting of the Hopkins School Board at 7:31 p.m. on, gosh, what is it, September 9th, 2025. Thank you all for being here. Our first part of our meetings at Hopkins Public Schools is to have open agenda where we have a public comment portion. Have we received any cards this evening? So there are two ways to address the board. One is to leave a voicemail that you can do at a number that's posted, and we will play the message at the meeting. Were any voicemails left? So we don't have any voicemails. The other option is to come join us here in person, which we always enjoy, having people fill up the seats and address the board or just be a part of the meeting. You can come here and fill out a public comment card that's located at the back of the building. If you come prior to the meeting and fill that out, then you can be a part of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, which is for half an hour. We do really value hearing from our community, and given that statement, which is why we host public comment, and I did want to make everybody in the community aware that we highly value hearing from our community. And unfortunately, if you have tried to get in touch with us lately through the contact the board button on our website and have found that you are unable to do so, we apologize. We are aware of the issue and we are trying to get it fixed. And I appreciate all those community members that were resourceful and figured out a workaround to get in touch with me and to let me know that they were not able to contact the board. So please do know that a fix is coming. You can also email me, the chair, directly, and have your comments heard at the board table. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our student board reps who are here this evening. It's a brand new year, and I am super excited to hear all about the happenings at the high school. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having us again. Sorry, we're really excited to be back here, just talking to you guys and updating about everything. So first I'd like to go over just some back to school stuff. So we had picture day on September 4th. It was for the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, and seniors who aren't submitting their own senior pictures for the yearbook. And then we are having our class meetings right now. So today we had the 9th and 10th graders during Worlds Connect. What did you guys like talk about? Oh, right, yeah, you were there. Okay, but just going over some basic grade level announcements and preparing for the school year. And then the 11th and 12th graders are tomorrow. I should be able to go to that, so I guess I'll know everything that they went over. And especially with a new principal, like, team, they have a lot of stuff to go over and like who's going to be managing what. So it's a really good time for the students to just be filled in on everything that's going on with the school and higher ups and stuff like that. Our homecoming is on September 20th. We're currently voting on a theme right now. We have tropical luau, outer space, disco / Mamma Mia, masquerade, Disney, and Western. So I'm excited to see what they have for that. Yeah, and then I would like to do a little class highlight. I know that's a good thing for you guys to hear about, just our daily lives at school and what we're learning about. So I'd like to highlight my Royals College Prep class. So this is, I pulled a description from like the official description website. It says Royals Prep guides seniors through all aspects of the college application process from start to finish. In addition, students write their main common application and supplemental essays, which increases their skills in academic collegiate level writing. And additionally, the course seeks to increase their confidence by providing situations and scenarios, practice advocacy, and self-directedness. So this class is led by Miss Okar. She's an English teacher, and Dr. Kuhl, who is our college and career counselor. I think together they're a very good team for leading this class, and it's just been a really good experience so far, and I'm excited to keep going with the class. I feel like it's a really good class for students to have that space where they can work on college stuff and ask questions if they need it, especially if they don't have the money for like a private college tutor or something like that, or they aren't in Avid, which goes over all this stuff and more. So I'm really excited to see where this class goes.
Okay, I have the next report. So, as we all know, it's the beginning of the school year right now. So last week was officially the first week of school, but this is the first full week of school. So everyone is kind of just adjusting to being back at school. We had the 9th grade orientation and the open house last Wednesday to facilitate this transition. On top of that, this is the first year in quite some time that we will actually have 2 fall productions at the high school. So usually we just have one fall musical, and then we have a spring play, and then the last couple years we had a spring play and musical, and this year we will have a fall play and musical. So the play is Dracula, and the musical is Grease, which are both pretty well known. And then also, for freshmen who took AP World last year, they will get the opportunity to go on an international trip next year, which is currently being planned. As of right now, it's most likely that we'll go to Japan, which is really, really cool. And then additionally, as you may or may not know, there was a nationwide walkout last Friday at noon against gun violence, specifically in schools, in response to the tragic shooting at Annunciation. Many HHS scholars participated by leaving for half an hour and congregating in the bus loop. Many had different chants and signs as a part of the protest, and that was really cool and a good way to take action. And then for my class highlight, I wanted to highlight Juntos, CIS. This is the first year that I've been in this type of class for Spanish. Every year before, it's just been a regular immersion class, which is very helpful, but doesn't really teach you the rules of a language. And this is the first time that I feel like I'm actually learning how to structure my thoughts and my sayings and everything that I write in Spanish, which is very, very helpful for me. So yeah, that's everything that I have.
Thank you. So just a quick follow-up on that. Is that the college and the school's Spanish?
Yes.
Nice. Thank you.
Is that equivalent to a level 5?
Yes, it's equivalent to level, so Juntos 4 is CIS 1003, which is equivalent to Spanish 5.
Okay.
And then the next level of Juntos is Spanish 6.
Thank you.
I have more of a comment than a question. For Iris, it's more of a compliment, actually, than a comment. So we were at the open house. I have a high schooler now, and our SBRs were doing our student board reps were doing a great job recruiting 9th graders to become student board reps. So I want to thank you. And Claire, you were there too.
I couldn't make it.
Okay, sorry. I'm getting confused with our
Yeah,
Google Meet
it's
call
okay.
and then who was there. I didn't want to leave you out. And so I thank you to our student board reps, including Iris, who were there that night and during the day too, and worked really hard to share great information about our student board rep program and hopefully recruit some wonderful 9th graders to join us. Thank you.
Yes. I got to see the table too. And the presentation was awesome.
So good. Yeah.
I was also just going to ask Claire, given the presentation we heard during the workshop, I don't know if you were here for that, but they talked about that female students are more likely to engage in like a college preparatory class at the high school. So I'm wondering, do you see that in your class? Is it mostly young women like yourself?
I'm pretty sure that the class is actually like equal, which is good because, you know, you would want it to be that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's what you would think, but I'm glad that, you know, they're all students are taking the steps to do that. Because it's like you have to sign up for the class yourself, so you're kind of advocating for yourself in that way. So I don't see that, but it's, you know, it's good that it's equal and, you know, people are taking those opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I'm really impressed that you both are here. Like I've had the second week of school myself and I was exhausted and I'm just really impressed that you're here this evening. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So that then I also wanted to appreciate you mentioning the school walkout and the shooting that occurred at Annunciation, and I would like to, based on Director Roper's request, have a brief moment of silence for us to think about and share and offer our support and hopefully some clear actions that can happen around gun violence. So we can begin. Thank you all for that. We are thinking, I think it was difficult for a lot of us to start back at school after that happened so close to home. And I do also appreciate the ways in which other fellow school boards brought to us here in Hopkins through Director Westmoreland a way to publicly show our support for Annunciation and that community that is still, I think, healing and coming back into the school setting. So thank you all. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Mary Puri-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen, and thank you for making sure we took a moment of silence. I appreciate that. Well, the last time we met was in late August. I think it was August 19. We had our first meeting, and we had not yet started the school year. So I just, even though we're 6 days of school behind us, I want to warmly welcome our school board and our community as we step fully into this school year, 25-26. And this is a year where we are focusing intentionally on excellence and belonging and excellence in achievement. And yes, last week, nearly 7,000 Hopkins Royals filled our schools and classrooms, and there were a couple rainy days in there. And so it is a very exciting time. I feel like these first days of school remind us all why we do this work. You can see the smiling faces on the screen there, the energy of our students and excitement in the classrooms. And of course, we have such dedicated staff who make all of this possible. So thank you to all of the efforts across the system for ensuring that we were able to open all 11 of our schools, plus a few programs on time. last Wednesday was the first day for kindergartners, and then yesterday was the first day for our preschoolers. And I think most of our kindergartners and preschoolers had big smiles. There were a few tears. So I visited kindergarten classrooms, and then I was at Harley yesterday, and separation from parents and caregivers is a thing. Sometimes it goes well, and sometimes our little learners need a lot of support. And I'm so grateful to the educators of our youngest learners, because these early years are very, very important. I wanted to share with our community that this year and every year our kindergarten teachers will deliver instruction that is personalized and standards aligned. And so throughout this year, our kindergartners will learn to recognize and write all uppercase and lowercase letters. They will learn to decode sounds and construct simple words and even sentences. And then in math, our kindergartners will build foundational numeracy by counting and writing numbers up to 30, understanding basic patterns and shapes, comparing lengths, and performing simple addition and subtraction. And then, of course, the learning in our early childhood and preschool classrooms gets our 5-year-olds ready for this kind of learning. On October 28, here in Eisenhower, the full-service community school leadership team hosted a no-cost immunization clinic, and this was in partnership with Hennepin County Public Health and the Odom Medical Clinic. Families with children ages birth to 18 received vaccines without needing ID or insurance, and interpreters and a notary were on site to support families. And the way that this worked is that there were 3 district nurses assisted by accessing the state database for records, and we estimate that up to 50 children were served, including both Hennepin County and Hopkins families. And so we're very thankful for this community-wide effort, which brings together our educators, our families, and community partners to strengthen student health and learning. Thanks to all who organized that clinic. This year, we are welcoming at least 84 new employees, and you can see some of them in this photo. And we know that educators, especially in some licensure areas, are very difficult to find. Also, we have educators who chose Hopkins who had multiple offers in multiple districts. So we're very grateful to all of our professionals who chose Hopkins. Thank you for choosing Hopkins. And on August 26th, about a week after we first met as a board, we welcomed back all staff for the district kickoff, which we held at our high school. Our theme was growing in community, and the 2 core values that we reinforced throughout the day were optimistic innovation and humility of heart. We shared an inspiring program, explored innovative ideas from across the community at an innovation fair, and enjoyed a delicious lunch prepared by Nutrition Services, who served almost 1,000 meals during that 2-hour time period over in the Royals Athletic Center. So it was a very energizing day, and thank you to all of our innovation design and learning, our IT, our nutrition, our custodial, our audiovisual professionals who worked together to make sure that this day could happen for approximately 1,300 staff. Our students have jumped right into our new elementary math curriculum, building mathematical skills through problem solving, reasoning, and collaboration. And this new curriculum emphasizes not just getting the right answer, but ensuring that students can explain their thinking while also listening to the strategies of their peers. Already, we have classrooms that are very active with number talks, visual models, and hands-on learning to build math fluency and math confidence. And it's very inspiring to see our youngest learners already engaging meaningfully with math in ways that we know will build a strong foundation for critical thinking. And our two board reps, Claire and Iris, mentioned a few aspects of the first few days at Hopkins High School, and we are so appreciative. I personally and my cabinet colleagues, folks around the system, are so appreciative to our co-principals who have really done wonders to be organized and intentional, lead with love, and lay a strong foundation for success at our high school. You can see the freshmen in the upper left-hand part of the slide. Nearly 500 freshmen filled the Royals Athletic Center for their first day of school. So they had the school to themselves on Tuesday after Labor Day. And they listened to speakers and then had a very fun Simon Says activity with Dr. Shank. And then I visited several classrooms at our high school last week. So you can see in the lower left-hand corner, this is Mr. Sabin's Intro to Construction course, where students were very curious about it was some kind of saw that he was using. I'm sure there's a technical term. Kara would know the name of this equipment. We have our career and technical education specialist in the audience, but they were learning how to use a saw very safely, and it was just nice to see all of those kids about to dive into what will be very hands-on, real-world aligned learning. And then, of course, this picture on the right. It was taken during the day. I'm not sure which day that photo was taken of our main hallway at the high school. And it was not taken after school or in the evening. It was taken during school, and all the kids are in class. So that's what we want to see, is students learning and fully developing themselves from students into scholars. And Iris mentioned the student-led protest at Hopkins High School. So I feel like there were not quite 100 students, maybe a few less than 100 students who peacefully organized and participated in that protest following the very tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. As adults, we observed and supervised these students while they were very respectful in raising their voices for change. There are a few of us on the district holistic safety team and some of our school teams that follow research from an organization called the Violence Project, and they do study mass characteristics of mass shootings and shooters, especially those who cause violence in school settings. And the Violence Project has learned that 80% of school shooters obtain firearms from family members. And so this really highlights this very urgent need to address access to guns in homes and communities. So I'm thankful to our high schoolers who protested not just here in Hopkins, but around the state and the country, to offer a nationwide reminder why we have to do better for the safety of our schools and for the safety and very lives of our children in schools. So with that, I did explain at our first board meeting in August that last year we did school spotlights, one school per superintendent report throughout last year, and then this year we're going to start with department spotlights, so that hopefully by, I think it's January, February, then board members in the course of a year and a half will be able to have had a deep dive into multiple aspects of our system, not just our schools, our departments here in the district office and at the transportation depot do critical work for our system. And I want to give our district department leaders a chance to spotlight their departments and the folks in the departments, as well as the core functions of those positions. And we are going to start with business services. And so I'm inviting Dr. Lightfoot, who has been diving, I think, head first, right, Dr. Lightfoot, into finance. And then school board members, you did meet Scott Lesage and Dee Dee Caring, who are partnering with us from CISO, so thanks for coming to the board table. Again, we're grateful that even though we did not find that traditional director of business service, we are grateful for a team of experts because not only will we have the director of business service expertise, but we will have multiple lenses from these highly specialized professionals into various aspects of our business services department, and they are also working in other school systems, and so they bring a whole landscape of insights that will help us build and do things in best practice and next practice kinds of ways. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Lightfoot, and
Sure.
Scott and Dee Dee.
So we'll walk through just some of the general sets of information, just give a quick little background. As we go through that, if there are questions at any point in time, we'll do our best, and then we'll talk a little bit about the model moving forward. So hopefully that can kind of give some context to you all as we take a look at really kind of launching this collaborative team. Not only are we fortunate enough to have the individuals who were part of the picture, little, I don't know if everybody likes getting their picture taken, but they were all ready to happily smile and let us know all the good work that they are doing to support Hopkins Public Schools. So we'll go into that in a little bit, and then, like I said, any questions along the way, we'll try to make sure that we can answer those for you as well. But just as you think about the general purpose of the department itself, it really is, as the board has put forward, that fiscal responsibility, transparency, and resource alignment, really to the educational goals and the support of the mission of Hopkins Public Schools. And the scope of this work as we think about financial services really covers the budgeting, accounting, payroll, purchasing, and a lot of the fiscal compliance components that really come forward with those sets of expectations. Next slide. If we think about some of these core areas of focus, you'll note that within the Business Services Department, really the budget, development, and management, we do that, as a reminder, in partnership with our building administrators, with our program administrators. We do that in collaboration with the district leadership into creating those annual budgets that we bring forward to you in dialogue and in partnership. We as well work with a very dedicated and very knowledgeable core group of citizenry that really are part of that CFAC group that aid us in the forecasting of revenue and expenditures, also provide insights into the alignment of resources with those strategic goals. As part of this work, as we've mentioned even in the organizing resolutions, part of what we have in front of us is the preparation of those reports, the state, the federal agencies, as well as making sure that we do our work of monitoring those fund balances and maintaining the awareness and the management of cash flow. Much of that work, even with the organizational resolution starting even as early as just an hour or so ago. Part of the other work that we'll be doing, that we'll talk about in a little bit, is the audit and compliance, so that not only do we do our work, we also look at partnership with our auditors to evaluate what we're doing, give good advice and counsel, and hold that level of accountability when we work in stewardship with public funds. As we think about the revenue management, we're also looking at, and we'll also highlight and identify that work, because part of the strategies that we've had are looking at those revenue sources. When we think about grants, not only do we look at local levies, as you're aware of enrollment and the revenue that comes with that with state aid, we're also looking at, are there other ways of highlighting, raising revenue, and thinking about how we can be partnering not only locally, but even beyond as we think about what those partnerships can do and bring to us. In addition to the fiscal or the financial operations, next slide, we also have the accounting and payroll components. To make sure that we're following through with the tracking and maintaining of the sets of information related to finance, you'll see that general ledger maintenance, part of what we'll be working with here, I'll cover in just a little bit, with another group of individuals partnering with our audit prep work, which is part of Clifton Larson Allen and the work that they've been doing to support us through the course of that. We also have the internal payroll services we work with and look at all of the daily work that goes into making sure we do our best to ensure that compliance, not only with labor laws and collective bargaining agreements, just making sure that we meet those obligations that we have to pay people correctly and pay them on time. As well, we do process quite a large amount of accounts payable and receivables, managing those vendor payments, invoicing, vendor relationships, tracking the receivables, the collections, all of that occurs in a small but mighty team, as I am reminded through every daily interaction that we have with the group. Purchasing and procurement as well. We do have the inventory and the items that allow us from everywhere in the classroom to the items that we have in buildings and grounds to school nutritions and ovens to you name it. It is all everything that is part of the work we do. So it really is a central core function in making sure that we have what we need in order to really facilitate the learning that happens daily in the classroom with our instructors and all of our support structures. Along with it comes the ability, in partnership with you, to look at not only the long-term financial forecasting when we think about capital projects, as we think about referendum, enrollment changes, funding shifts, all of those go into the landscape of making sure that we're taking that foundation and moving that foundation forward. As well, as I mentioned, the referendum and levy planning is also part of the work that we do, as well as risk management. When we look at any financial risks that are there or mitigation strategies that we have, as we think about keeping healthy fund balances, as we think about maintaining, and was as mentioned at the organizational meeting, managing the investment opportunities that we have, all of that in good stewardship to make sure that we're meeting those financial planning goals and next level practices. With that support services and collaboration, here's where I'll kind of turn it over to Scott and Dee Dee to talk a little bit more about that CISO consulting service. In general, that oversight of kind of what I just walked through with the Hopkins team providing the day-to-day actions and activities. We really have a partnership of individuals that can really do that guidance and assistance, and I'll let them talk a little bit about that team and the structure and some additional individuals that aren't on the list but will be providing services as well.
So thank you, Nick. As you can see, they're the items that are listed under general oversight. Those are all the categories that Nick talked about earlier: finance and operations and budgeting, the accounting and payroll side. You have staff that'll do that portion of it. We'll provide the oversight of those. Purchasing and procurement, and of course, the strategic financial planning. All of those things are areas where our practitioners have had experience. The team that you'll see, and really the three people listed there, Jason Mutzenberger, who is the account executive. Jason brings a wealth of experience from Eden Prairie and a number of other school districts throughout the state of Minnesota, has been in the CFO role as well. Myself, I will be the project manager, so I'll be working with all the individuals that will be working directly with your staff. I, too, have been a former CFO. I came from Wayzata Public Schools, prior to that at Eastern Carver County Schools. So in the event that, say, Scott can't be at your board meeting, you know that you will have either myself or Jason will be here as well, and we've been in those roles and had communication and working with school boards. And then, of course, Scott, as a financial consultant, Scott was, and I worked together at Wayzata Public Schools. He followed me after I retired from there and became the CFO at that school district. So he has a wealth of experience, including a special education cooperative, which is also a big plus. But I wanted to also let you know on our team that will be helping at Hopkins schools will include Adrienne Mutzenberger, and yes, you're hearing that right, that's Jason's wife. She has a really great background in auditing, but she also has the federal compliance information and specialist. I've worked with her in another school district. She is amazing and very knowledgeable and does wonders for schools to help them out. We have Sandy Gulke, who is a technology system consultant. She'll be helping out with anything related to Mars or technology on the finance side. Andrea Baker, and I understood that Andrea has worked together with some of your staff here as well. She'll be helping out with CEDRA, special education, and title programs. And a new member to the CISO team, but not new to school finance, is Jessica Olson, another finance consultant. She has a good background in accounting and controller. Most recently was at Braham Public Schools. And then we have another consultant who will come on maybe at a later date. His name is Adam Lloyd. Adam has been a controller and has worked at Rosemont, Apple Valley, Egan schools. So we have a team approach that we're using with Hopkins. We have other individuals. We've got a pretty deep bench at CISO in the finance area. So if we need expertise in a certain area, in fact, we called on one of our colleagues who lives in Texas. Her name is Fan, and she helped Nick out with a document that needed to be completed and took off running. So we just want you to know that CISO is here to support your team, the superintendent and Nick. And as I said, Scott will be here probably more than I will be or Jason will be, but know that we'll be here to support Scott and the rest of the team as well.
Perfect. And I just wanted to say I do speak, in case you guys were wondering. Usually I'm told to stop talking if you watch the What's at a Board meetings. I'm kidding. But I am excited to be here. As Dee Dee said, it's a real team approach. So just you might see my face or Dee Dee's face or Jason's face, but it really is a team approach. And we're excited to be here, and it's been great to get to work with Nick. Very impressive to watch him go through everything. So thank you.
So with that, in addition, Natalia, if we can go back as well to the slide that's there, part of what we're also doing is in order to really be able to centralize the work that is necessary in the CLA accounting service area, what we are looking at in the audit prep and working with the FY24 and FY25, bringing that FY24 to completion and launching the FY25. We're working with CLA in their expertise in doing the audit document preparation. So we've been working in partnership with them on making sure that the cash reconciliations, the other documents that we need for any GASB components for the actuarial reviews, all of those are in preparation to help facilitate getting that information to its completion so that when we have the audits complete, that then becomes a strong set of data that we can utilize with our team so that we can feel like we are giving you the strongest set of financial information and reports so that we can use that set of data to help make those present and future financial decisions in a very educated and informed way. So that is also work that is happening in collaboration as we not only do the day-to-day transactions, but also the accountability transactions with CLA, and then the general oversight of the work that we're doing with CISO. Supporting this approach, we have, like I said, those local individuals who are doing the day-to-day, and Natalia, if we could just do the shout out to them, the purchasing and procurement. Taronda Howard has been doing amazing work in pulling together all of the vendor information and making sure that we are doing our best to meet the accounts payable obligations that we have and bringing that information forward to you as a board. In our federal and state grants, IPSA and Nancy Anderson, who graciously assists us coming back from retirement and assisting us in making sure that we're meeting those federal program grants, that we are drawing down the revenues that we have coming into us and making sure that we meet those deadlines, and the accountability with the grants to make sure that we aren't charging anything to a grant that isn't allowable. So that oversight helps make sure for the compliance, but as well as for really recognizing and actualizing all the revenue that we can gain from those. The accounting services, our finance coordinator, Robin, and our senior accountant, Nat, really are in partnership with CLA on doing some of the day-to-day pulling of the documents, gathering the sets of information that they need from the higher level to do the review. Our data analyst, Carly Norling, helps a lot with some of the enrollment projections that will be forthcoming to you in October and November, as well as our labor cost analysis on any of the proposals, as well as final settlements that are forthcoming. And then, as I mentioned before, the payroll work that we're doing with Kenneth Woodard as our payroll coordinator and Viola Penkoski-Peterson as our associate. So that really rounds out the local team that we have here on a day-to-day basis. And then as we build this model forward in partnership, looking at the connectedness that we're already building with members of the CISO team that have worked directly with members of our team, and we're feeling that that partnership is starting strong. So with that, anything else that we'd add?
No?
Great.
Great, thank you so much for being here this evening. Any questions? Comments?
Chair Andrews.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Well, thank you so much for your introduction this evening, and really appreciated hearing the skill set, the background, the team that'll be working with us. It just really gives us a sense of comfort as we had kind of embarked on this new model with no director going forward. So that was really great to hear. I guess just one question I had for you was, I remember when we had approved the contract, there was, a set hours a month, and then if it went over that, there would be additional charges and whatnot. Will there be some sort of mechanism to tell the board, here's how we're trending for the hours in the month if we're going to go over? And, I could imagine a situation where, particularly when you're new and getting into it, it might be more hours a month to start, and then get a handle on it and things smooth out, and then maybe it gets closer to the ballpark. Just any comments, thoughts on that?
Sure. We'll make sure that we pass on a report to Nick, not only on hours, but what we'll be working on, what we see in the future we need to consider, and just that it'll be a communication tool. As a project manager, I'll be responsible to get that report together and get it to Nick, and if appropriate, copy the superintendent, and then they can bring that report back to the school board as you see fit.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank
Sure.
you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I also appreciated the very thorough overview. I do think it's important for us to note that there were, I think, maybe 5-ish individuals mentioned as related to CISO. Now, these individuals are not all working full-time, right? It's just that they each have a very specific expertise that will be tapped when we have an important task, an important deadline. Sometimes they'll be working together. So it's more about the collective experience. And we're very appreciative. Thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you so much. Welcome to Hopkins. We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
So that concludes the superintendent's report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Any feedback, questions for Dr. Mary Perry Reed? Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Thanks, Chair Andreessen. Dr. Reed, thank you for that report. I guess just one thing that stood out, I was impressed to see that that new math curriculum is already in use. And, I remember approving that, towards the end of the spring and whatnot. So it's awesome that it's in use already. Just any comments on what type of, did staff do any training with it before it was rolled out?
Staff did training over the summer. I would need Dr. Erdel's help to know how many hours, but the training began this summer and will continue throughout this year. So teachers will continue learning the curriculum, learning how to implement the curriculum, and instructional coaches and principals will learn how to observe the instructional practices, to note if they are effective, and also to calibrate across classrooms. So training started and will continue.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you. It's mostly a comment. I wanted to say thank you for highlighting the departments and for starting with business services, both exactly because of what Clerk Thompson said, that is just really helpful for us at the board table and community members to understand what that relationship is going to look like. And then also because as treasurer, I do know firsthand those people that are working and hear about how hard they do work and the kinds of things that they do. And I think that's really important for us to know. And so thank you for expanding from our school programs to the other people that do that critical support work.
Absolutely.
I did just want to quickly say from a parent perspective, I've appreciated the start to the Hopkins High School with the, is it a trio or is it 4?
It's 3 co-principals and a dean of students.
And a dean of students. I've just really appreciated it. It's just the start of the year, but communications that are coming out to parents and yeah, so I'm just grateful as a parent and just wanted to add that to your update. So with that, I would look for an approval of the agenda for this evening.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and our agenda is approved. The first order of business is the consent calendar. These items provide the board with information that's considered to be more routine in nature. If the board deems an item to be necessary for additional discussion, a motion will be made to move the item to new business. I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the consent calendar is passed. And that takes us to the treasurer's report. Treasurer Hartland.
Wonderful, thank you, and good evening to everyone in the room and those taking the time to watch this. We know you are really busy and appreciate you taking the time to tune in. A common line item that you see on these reports is for language interpretation services. And as you know, we serve a very diverse population here in Hopkins. And so the demand for translating or interpreting our messages in Hopkins so they're accessible to all of our families is increasing. So in full disclosure, prior to my time on this board, I worked as a contracted American Sign Language interpreter for the district. And so I kind of know firsthand how vital these services are and the challenges that we face getting enough professionals to provide these services for our families and our students. These expenses come primarily from a couple vendors, Weaving Cultures, and then also Sorensen Communications generally provides our American Sign Language interpreting services. And so we actually have over 1,200 students who list a language other than English as their primary home language. And so that gives you something of a sense of the scale for the need that we're seeing and accommodating. And Spanish and Somali are by far the most common languages, and then Hmong and also Ukrainian. We provide those interpreter services not just for like the K through 12 regular and special ed families, but also in early childhood, in adult basic education, and also for our enrollment team to try to meet every family where they are at. And so in 2019-2020, that school year, we spent about $26,000 on interpreter services, and then in the 23-24 school year, we spent over $53,000. And some of that increase was due to the cost of the service, the pay for the professionals increasing, but we do have a much greater need for those services today than in the past. And so we recognize that community and family involvement is vital to student success, and so our district's success. So it is a cost we will continue to prioritize, even in a time where resources are scarce and need to be looked at very closely. So we would even provide, if a community member was interested, we'd provide interpreters for these board meetings. So if you have a need and want to interact with the board and to hear what is happening for a particular meeting, you can call 952-988-4000 to request one. And thank you to Dr. Ann Ertl for a lot of the information there that I just was able to report to you. This expense report that's posted to our board agenda, the community, you can always go and observe our check register and see the things and the places that our district is spending money. Though, as a reminder, this is the approximately 19-ish% of our budget that is not payroll. And a couple other key expenses. So this is like supplies, this is building, this is all the services, extra services that we provide for our students. So you'll see transportation, you'll see all kinds of building projects, all kinds of supplies. This expense report is from August 1st to 15th, so it's a little bit shorter than some. Some expenses of note are $52,447 for our license for Skyward, which is the employee resource planning software that our business services team will be using, for invoicing and accounts payable, things like that. We have a need for storage at the high school, especially in the older kind of wing of our classroom where currently we have tech and shop classes. They have a lot of need for storing physical materials, and so you'll see several departments that had to pay city cargo and storage to lease storage space or to have containers on our site. One of those groups is the high school robotics team, and the actual team paid for that from their student activity fund. They paid a $1,900 storage bill to get a secure container to keep their items in. We have a few line items for dues, union dues to suburban local schools, 284, which is one of our employees' union groups. We paid $27,000 to Clifton Larson Allen for their work on the 2024 audit, which we should hear about at the board table in about a month. Well, that's when the audit will be done. I actually don't know what day it will hit the board table, so I want to speak accurately to that. It will be coming up, though, at the board table. We paid $29,513 to Lincoln National Life Insurance Company for long-term disability insurance and our employer contributions to Social Security and Medicare. Then we paid $3,000 to Hennepin Technical College for our nursing assistant program requirements that they help administer. And with that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $614,946.32 for the period of August 1st through August 15th, 2025.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the treasurer's report is accepted. And I am going to mention Director Zhao. I will try to remember to make a point to pause. So in case there's a delay, just to record your vote. So I apologize for the pace at which I've been moving. So that takes us to new business. And so I will turn it, our first item of new business is the Ford NGL update. And I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed and invite our presenters up to the table.
Thank you so much. So we're going to invite Dr. Ertl, who is in charge of Innovation, Design, and Learning, Cara Levon, who is our Career and Technical Education. Internally in our school districts, we refer to that as CTE. So community members, if you hear CTE, it stands for Career and Technical Education. And then Mr. Gene Ward is one of our co-principals at our high school. So they are going to present some information about our partnership with Ford NGL to our school board and community this evening, I do want to just provide a quick framing, which is that one of our success indicators in Vision 2031 is that every Hopkins High School graduate will be matched with a college or career or other post-high school experience that is aligned with their strengths and talents and passions and sets them up for a brilliant future. And so we owe it to our students to think about all of our students, not just those going to a 4-year college and, you know, deeply engaged in traditional college preparation courses. So a few months ago, Cara, you'll have to remind all of us when this work started. Actually, for probably 3-4 years now, small teams of educators from our high school have been visiting schools across the country to really learn what are other high schools doing to transform the high school experience and really put together opportunities that are purposeful for every scholar they serve. And then last year, we started concentrating our efforts in visiting schools that had aligned their course experiences into career-based academies. And so we started talking with an organization called Ford NGL, Ford Next Generation Learning, which offers a nationally recognized framework for transforming high schools through the creation of career academies. And Ford NGL has worked with over 40 high schools across this country. They're a highly reputable, nationally recognized organization, and they do this work not just because they love it and have the expertise, but because they too believe that high schools are not preparing all students. We are failing a subset of our students, and it is very important that we think critically about what needs to be different to create opportunities for every student. So this partnership is not about a single program or pathway. It's really about system-wide transformation that will take us 2 or 3 years and will really require the support and partnership with community organizations, businesses all across our community. And what Ford NGL does is they give us a roadmap for doing this system-wide and thoughtful, deep work. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team here. Anne, I don't know if you'd like to add anything else. Sometimes I feel like I provide this 2-minute framing and people are like, okay, that's quite enough. And then there's, I don't know, but you always have some thoughtful framing to add to my framing.
I have a lot to say.
Thanks for being here, Anne and Cara and Jean. And then just a note that our other co-principal and lead co-principal, Lisa Tao, is ill. We wish her the best. I'm sure she's watching, but she was supposed to present, but she's not feeling good. So hopefully she's getting better.
Well, thanks, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. Good evening, board members. I'm not going to say that much because you'll get to hear a lot from me tonight, and really, Cara and Assistant Principal Ward have the most and best information to share. But I think the only thing I would add to what Dr. Mary Perry Reed said was that, as you all know, starting in 2018 and then through the development of our Hopkins Learning Framework, we have charged our schools with undergoing really radical transformation. And I'm really grateful and excited for the work of Cara and our high school staff who have been engaging with this, because based on what I have learned through my interactions with Ford, the transformation is complete and would significantly impact the experiences of all of our students. And so I'm just really excited about the opportunity to do a big transformation. A high school transformation is a big deal. Mm-hmm. And I think that Ford is vetted, and there are examples throughout the country of schools that have done this work. And so I'm really excited about the partnership. And I'll turn it over to Cara to take over.
Next slide. And next slide. And Dr. Mary Perry Reed, you kind of wanted to review a few slides at the beginning here for us.
Thank you, Cara. So I just wanted to remind our community that in 2018, we had about 250 community members come together and participate in 9 strategic task forces. And you can see the topics here on this slide that were all aligned with the vision. And so we're looking at students of the world, increasing student voice, and then the career component of career and college readiness and connections. Now, as we know, Dr. Kuhl has done marvelous work at our high school, really focused on that college readiness. And so now we want to pay attention to that other, not half, but the other part of that parallel work and dive into the career readiness. So we really do owe it to our community members to be responsive to what was their ideas for what success in this vision looks like. And then this is the Hopkins Promise, and we actually put this together with help from an organization called Frankie and Fiorella. So one of those task forces was focused on our more on our branding and communications and marketing, things like that. And they met with many families and students and community members across our space, and then collected all of those ideas and put together you could call it a vision statement, but we call it a Hopkins Promise because when students enter our system, we do know that sometimes we will fall short of expectations, right? That is a natural occurrence, and we still have to always hold ourselves to a high standard and do our best to deliver for every student an education that prepares them for this, what we know is an increasingly complex, rapidly changing world. And so we know that the Ford NGL work will help us increase the opportunities for all students to experience the Hopkins Promise. And Anne, you want to go over the traits of
Yes,
the Hopkins Scholar, the graduate?
Thank you. Yes, these scholar traits were also a result of the visioning work done in 2018, and they represent, there's lots of detailed descriptions of what this looks like, but they represent the qualities that we expect and are working toward achieving with our graduates. So they are critical thinker, global and well-traveled, confident, have a voice, holistic, and empathetic.
And then I think lastly, and then I'll turn it over to Cara and Jean. So when we did this visioning work, we asked ourselves, what needs to be different in our system in order to truly transform the educational processes so that we can interrupt the harmful patterns and create opportunities for all of our students to learn at high levels. And through a series of conversations and ideation and research, these 6 levers were identified as drivers to innovation and transformation. So they include fearless teams. So these are teams of educators and parents and students who try new things and are not afraid to fail. Partnerships, which you'll hear a lot about through the Ford NGL work. Crowdsourcing, this is the idea that it's not just one person who has a great idea. If we all come together and we all have ideas, that is the most powerful way of arriving at that next best idea. Reimagining school, which Dr. Ertl talked about, using digital tools really smartly, and then just having open mindsets. On our kickoff day, I talked about this, our core value of optimistic innovation, really being unafraid to try new things, because when you do the same thing over and over, you get the same results, and we need to have different results for quite a few students that we serve. So those are our innovation drivers. And Cara, you want to take it from here then?
Yeah, so thank you again for allowing us to be here tonight and giving this update for you. I know a lot of you did participate in the focus groups with Ford last spring, so I thank you for that. And I hope you all had a chance to read the full report that we received from Ford. And if you have any questions about that, I would be more than happy to answer any of those questions. So Ford has a nice roadmap of their systems, and we have completed phase 1 of the Explore phase last year, and we're looking to move to phase 2 this year, the Envision phase, and we'll get into a little bit more about what each one of those phases are about in just a minute. But what we need to understand is this is not a 1 year, we're gonna all of a sudden be an academies school. This is a 5 to 6 year implementation plan, which we've done 1 year of that planning so far. So it's a very systematic and planful way, and Ford will not move us to the next phase until we're ready. And that's an understanding between Ford and us. We both have to be on the same page as we're ready to move to the next phase. So how did we get here? I just kind of wanted to give you a brief history. In the fall of 2023, myself and some teachers visited the new career academies in Moorhead. They had purchased a Sam's Club and transformed the Sam's Club into a career academy. And so it was 2 schools, 1 high school, or 2 buildings, 1 high school model, where the students spent half their day in a regular high school setting, and then they were bused to this career academy. It was big and beautiful and new, and we were all in awe, and each of their academies or their pathways had corporate sponsorships, so students were able to go out and get real-world experience, doing apprenticeships, internships, job shadowing, and the like. And we sat down and met with the coordinator of the Career Academy, and we said, wow, this is amazing. How did you do this? And they said, well, if you really want to do it right, which we don't think we necessarily did, go visit Shakopee, because Shakopee did it the right way. And so I said, okay. So a bunch of us went to Shakopee, did the tour at Shakopee, and that's where we learned about the Ford Next Generation Learning Partnership and what they had done with Ford. So that's, and I also had been to several conferences where I had been to little breakout sessions with Ford NGL in the last probably 5 years. So I've heard of them before, but now I got to see it in action, and we were all impressed. And do you think this would work in Hopkins? How do we make the next step? So we had some discussions, formed a little transformation team at the high school and the district level, and discussed this partnership, and then began phase 1 in fall of 2024 with Ford. Phase 1, go to the next slide, please. Phase 1 was the Explore phase, and that was to understand the benefits and features of transforming the high school experience using their career-connected approach. And then consider readiness and commitment to embrace the community-connected transformation with Ford. So what that entailed, if you can go to the next slide, please. We began monthly meetings. We were assigned 2 coaches with Ford Next Generation Learning, Mark and Terry, whom you met this spring. And they got to know us, and we got to know them through these monthly meetings. What were our goals? Where did we think our district shined? Where did we think that maybe we needed some work on? And then Principal Ballard, myself, and Catherine Anderson, who's one of our peer coaches at the high school, we attended a deep dive in the academies of Nashville. And this is kind of where all of this academies work started 20 some years ago. And it was very impressive to see all sorts of different high schools that are using this academies model. They have brand new schools. They have schools that have not been remodeled for the last 20 years. They have schools with 60% an EL population. They have 60% transient, and they're still maintaining 90% plus graduation rates at all of these different schools with this academies model. So it was very eye-opening and interesting to see that you don't have to build a new school and have this fancy, like Shakopee did build kind of a new physical structure for their academies, but you can do this. It's not about the physical structure, it's more about how you're going to, the experience that the students are gonna have in this academy experience. So in the spring, we had 15 groups, focus groups that met mostly in this room over a 3-day period with our coaches from Ford. And then they turned around and presented Rhoda, or Dr. Mary Perry Reed and I with a report in June, and then we discussed the results of those. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to point out some of the key findings of that report. One of the quotes was, while students enjoy a wide range of course offerings at the high school, we also heard from students who felt their high school experience could be more purposeful and organized. Moving to the academy model entails a much greater emphasis on teachers serving as the facilitators of project and inquiry-based learning, collaborating across disciplines, and when possible and appropriate, looking for opportunities to teach general education content through the lens of a career theme. There are a number of important dimensions to ensuring all students, especially those furthest from economic opportunity, have equitable access to a quality education. And Ford NGL focuses on the need for all graduates to be prepared for post-secondary success, for students wishing to pursue a specific career interest, and with opportunities are currently limited. And scheduling in the academy model comes with clear priorities. These often include students being cohorted in core general education courses by academy, common planning time for each academy's team of teachers, student completion of their sequence of CTE pathway courses, and school-wide access to popular and global courses such as band, the arts, foreign language, and early college credit. So one of the things that the concerns I've heard from teachers is students are going to be stuck in this academy and they're not going to be able to take AP classes and they're not going to be able to take band and they're not going to be able to do, and that's not true at all. They will still have all the same opportunities that they would. It would just be their whole college or their whole high school career would be a little more focused and organized and have a clear purpose and in their time at the high school. And we would ask them to complete 3 courses in succession. So they would take Intro to Business, Marketing, and Entrepreneurship in succession as a purposeful pathway instead of, oh, my friend is taking entrepreneurship. I think I'm going to take that with not having the actual intro course and background knowledge and building upon that background knowledge in a successive course. And then each student, the goal is that as a senior, each student would have some type of a capstone experience, whether that be project-based learning, an internship, apprenticeship, job shadow, that type of experience. Next. Why should we move forward? It will better serve all students, provide more focus, better preparation for what's next, and it's a differentiator to grow enrollment. So we would be the school in the Lake Conference that would have this particular model. I'm not going to go through all the phases right now, and because of time, we have a couple more slides. So a couple more things that I wanted to point out is we would be able to offer and expand our CTE offerings at the high school so that there would be an opportunity to implement our high demand, high wage pathways in the first 5 of the 6 Minnesota CTE career fields. The only career field that we would probably not be addressing at the high school is the agriculture wheel, and that is only because our industry, if you look at the data below, that shows in our specific area, that is our high wage, high paying jobs in this area, and agriculture just doesn't fit in our demographics right now. Next. And now I'll stop talking for a while, and Jean, you can take over.
All right. Good evening. I know protocol has been set, but Chair Andreessen, Director, Superintendent Mary Perry-Reed. As we move forward into phase 2 is really a chance for the district and our partners to really create that shared vision on what that high school experience looks like for every student. Fortunately, we have Vision 2031, so it really closely aligns with Vision 2031. As we move into phase 2, which is our envision phase, there's a couple questions that I just want us to think about as we move into this phase before we get to this piece, is we really want our community and our school to really think about what is possible. And when we talk about what is possible, we're not saying that we want to get rid of everything that we have done in the past. What we want to do is we want to learn from those things that we have done in the past and continue to move forward with those. And then the other second question I have is, why is this change needed? So as we move into phase 2, as we move from that exploration phase, phase 2 is making sure that we're bringing more of awareness to our entire community to ensure that we are all on the same page to make sure that there's clear, concise communication. As Ms. Levon said, there may be some challenges or there may be some misunderstandings about what we are trying to accomplish. So as we are in phase 2, we really want to be clear around those pieces. Also, what this does is really closely aligns with our traits of a Hopkins scholar. And then as we're thinking about the experience, we want to make sure that we're providing an experience for all of our students that is highly rigorous and deeply connected to real world opportunities. When I think about just my career aspirations and whatnot, when I went to the University of Minnesota, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to get into the Carlson School of Management. So for my first 4 years, I was a stats econ major. Then I had an opportunity to visit my dad. My dad works in insurance, so I went and visited him for a day in the insurance office, and I was at a cubicle, and I said, this is not what I want to do. And the reason why I bring this up is because many of us, we either fall in those footsteps of our families. As I look around the room, think about many of our teachers, some of us are career educators, or sometimes just based upon the experiences or the things that we hear our families talk about, we might say, that is not the career that I want to partake in. Oftentimes, and the reason why I think about myself as a stats econ, and then when I got my teaching license, I was a math teacher. Now, why did I go into math? Because that's what I was good at. Oftentimes when we ask our students, we say, what do you want to do after high school? Or what are you good at? And I think about those are great questions, but sometimes those questions are very limited. So the things that I kind of think about, is, how do you want to live? If you think about how you want to live, as I think about my younger sister, her and her husband, they're very religious and they live a very modest lifestyle, but that's what they want to do. They want to serve. There may be some folks that might want to travel and they want to have a big house or they want to give back. So you think about how do you want to live? Other questions I think about is, again, what type of lifestyle do you want? It's not always about money. We know that we need money in order to sustain our finances and whatnot. But if I know the lifestyle that I want to live, that might help me determine the type of job that I need so that I can think about the compensation. So as Ms. Levon alluded to, looking at all of the different industries, we want our students to really look at those as options. And then the last question that I think about, what is your legacy? That's something typically when we think about our scholars, they don't really think about the legacy of what they want to leave behind, but that is also a critical question because most students probably think, go to high school, go to college and get a job. But then we know that there's more to that. So as we move forward, forward, it's really not a question of whether we should move forward with this transformation. As Ms. LaVaughn said, it's about the readiness as far as us as a district, us as a high school, and us as a community. Are we ready for this significant change? Once we have determined that we are ready for this significant change, then what we will do is we will work with Ford Next Generation Learning. And as you see here, what they will help us do, they will help us come up with the blueprint or the plan for phase 2. As you see for phase 2, the first step is to deepen the community-wide understandings of the benefits and features of transforming the school experience using the community-connected approach. Also understanding and developing the systems, structures, processes, and leadership needed to implement the plan and guide continuous improvement. As I think about my short tenure here in Hopkins, as a very innovative district, I know my first year working closely with co-principal Lisa Tao, we embarked upon the transition of the 9th graders into the high school. That was a very eye-opening experience, and I think that we're doing really well as far as meeting the needs of all of our students, and we definitely know that we can always improve upon those. And as we know right now, with our new co-principal, this distributed leadership, we're also embarking upon a new journey. And you'll see some of those findings in the report about how we utilize at that time, our assistant principals, and sometimes spreading us too thin. And this year, this really gives us an opportunity with this new model to really help us all kind of work in our own strengths, with our lead principal, Lisa Tao, working specifically with operations, budget, visioning, co-principal Lorenzo Farley doing an amazing job with culture and climate for students and also for staff. And then I get to also work in my wheelhouse as far as the teaching and learning. And then number 3, want to deepen the community-wide commitment to embrace the Ford NGL model for transformation. Next slide. One of my friends, he talks about and so one of my fraternity brothers talks about time, talent, and treasures. So as we embark upon this journey, we know that there's already been a lot of time that has been committed, and it's still going to need a lot more time. Talent, we have many folks within our building, outside of our building, that really want to give back. And then as we look at this slide, our treasure. We know in order for something like this to happen, there will be some monetary commitment. So as you see here, looking at phase 2 will be about $116,000 to implement phase 2. As you see, it would be invoiced to us over 2 different periods. Next slide. So as far as looking at the financial commitment, there are a variety of resources and funding sources that we are looking and currently using. So working with our Perkins grant, we also had a donation from one of our alumnus, and then also looking at the CTE levy reimbursement. So we do get reimbursed for many of our CTE courses, and we're looking to even expand our offerings within CTE to potentially bring back more revenue to our district. That's it. No.
Thank you. I appreciate that comprehensive presentation on this new opportunity for Hopkins High School. And as you mentioned, I think most of the board here was able to be part of those task forces, so we kind of got some of our questions answered at that time directly from Ford. NGL, so wondering, are there any questions from my board colleagues as we enter phase 2?
Chair Andreessen,
Yes.
in regard to the industry needs on slide 13, I guess, what is the team's take on how much artificial intelligence is just pie in the sky? Like with some of these roles, my kids have asked me about certain careers in the future, and I'm like, don't know. 20 years from now, could be having a robot teach you for all I know. So I don't know what you guys' perspective is because I'm seeing some of these annual employment change of negative, which, I mean, when I was graduating, my dad was like, you should go into computer science. Now there's code that can write what I need, done. So now I'm like, I dodged a bullet listening to my dad give me some advice about getting a particular degree where now, like I said, I'm using artificial intelligence at my job like most people are, where I'm telling the machine, this is what I want you to output, and that's what it's doing. So I don't know what your take is, understanding the career cluster, because I don't see any of the blue collar, like welding or plumbing or, I mean, I don't know what students at Hopkins have interest in, but I mean, I would think right now, I mean, I can't foresee the future, but I didn't see anything on here for any, like a welder or plumber, and so I don't know what the demand is for those opportunities.
Yeah, if you, in the full report, there's a whole bunch of data, but for time, I didn't want to go over data. And so those are all in consideration, and that is part of phase 2, is to look at what our students are wanting, where are what classes have the most enrollment and the most request for classes in our CTE areas. And the hard thing about CTE right now is we don't know what careers are going to be sought after in 5 years, because they could be jobs that we don't even know about right now. So we have to be able to kind of trend with and be flexible with our offerings at the high school so that we can keep current with industry needs.
Sure. Sounds good. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you for coming tonight. This is something that has kind of long excited me and dovetails really cleanly with what we heard in our workshop, which is talking about making assessment and making the school day meaningful. And so what I have learned as we've gone on this journey some is that this is a really clear-cut way to make learning and to make assessments meaningful and to get student buy-in. And Ms. Levon, you mentioned a bit about one of the outcomes being such high graduation rates. And so I think my question is, and also relates to Director or Vice Chair Ross's question about how do some of these schools that you have spent so much time looking at, how do they stay responsive? Like, you put a lot of effort into building these courses, right? But either because community needs want change, or because there's a new industry that comes to town, or because AI takes over however many jobs, like how would you keep iterating? How do we know it's worth it?
So each one of our CTE areas, so family and consumer science or business or tech ed or our healthcare, each one of those pathways has an advisory board, and the members of the advisory board are industry leaders in our community, and we meet 2 to 4 times a year depending on need, and they will come in and they will give us advice on this class isn't relevant anymore, so please let's work together, and we don't need to teach this class anymore, this is what we should be teaching. So we rely on our industry partners to kind of guide us into what is relevant and what is the next new career. 2 years ago, they were telling us that we needed to offer more coding, and now they're saying, stop that.
Right.
So we have to be responsive to our industry partners and our industry leaders in those areas and keep our classes relevant. And I know one thing that looking forward when we're looking at our CTE spaces and remodeling and redesigning our CTE spaces, we want to make sure that those spaces aren't purpose-built for what's now the trend. We want to make sure that those spaces are flexible spaces so that we can change what's being taught in those classrooms without having to redesign the classrooms.
Thank you. So I hear you saying that that work is already happening. So we already have, just to clarify for everyone, we already have CTE pathways. So this would be an expansion of that. And so we already know that this practice of having an advisory board is really useful and has yielded good results for us. So we'd be doing that in this
we'd
model.
continue with that.
Okay, thank you.
And just one thing that I would also just add from the report, at my previous school that I worked at, we were also thinking about career pathways and whatnot, and thinking about how many classes a student would need to take. And at that time, we were thinking about maybe 4 to 6 classes of what a student might need to take in order to complete the pathway. And what I like about the flexibility here is that a student would only need to take about 2 or 3 courses. As we've kind of talked about, maybe starting out at 9th grade, some type of exploratory course, and as Ms. LaVaughn said, for our seniors having some type of final project, those would be things that no matter what's going on, we can always do those. And then as Ms. LaVaughn said, being really nimble as far as what those other 2 courses that the students might be able to take. And looking at the schedule that we've got and looking at this block schedule, our students are still going to be able to take all of their other global courses and AP and all of those other world languages. So it's just a small number of classes that they would have to take, so which really allows for more flexibility.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And I think one other thing, Mr. Ward, that you mentioned that was kind of, I think this is mostly a comment and not a question, but you talked about finding out about what you like and what you don't like and doing that early. And so one thing that really intrigues me about this model is that finding out that you don't like something is, and then deciding not to go into it is a success.
Yes.
Because then you don't leave from here
Yes.
and go to the University of Minnesota or to whatever institution and spend that money. And so, I don't know exactly where I'm going with this, except for that.
Thank you.
It's an intriguing thought.
Both types of learning are important.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Sharon
Clerk
Dreesen.
Thompson.
Oh, thank you. Not a question, but I do just want to kind of express my disappointment over the process to date. So, the first I even knew we were in phase 1 was sat down and engaged in that interview session. And, obviously there had been a fee with phase 1. And then, when we received the report from phase 1, in the email it said, if we want to continue the partnership. And now here we are entering into phase 2. It seems like on 9/1, we already cut a $58,000 check to them. And this wasn't even an action item. It was no action needed. So, I am glad that it says in phase 2 that, it'll be deepening community understanding of what this entails. I just, I would really suggest and urge that, prior to moving then into phase 3, there be some robust community discussion, and then, having the board, approve this in a formal vote type of process rather than just, moving along at that speed. So I just wanted to say that.
For context, is this a board approval item?
Well, I think that could be up to the board, so I really appreciate the note about the community engagement. That is very important, the before, the during, and all the way through. I think from the district standpoint, the board charges us to ensure that every student learns at high levels. The board doesn't necessarily approve more of an operational approach to meeting that overall target. Now, if it's within the board's purview, if they wish to create an action item, then I think we can certainly figure out how to get organized around that. So I think the district would see this as an operational item that falls below the governance, policy, and finances line, but perhaps it's also up to interpretation.
I tend to lean toward that as well. I do appreciate that we're getting this comprehensive presentation about the different phases and how it's going to be enacted, and that we were included in the phase one as a board, and could be included as much as we wanted to be or not. And I think that perhaps at a future workshop, Clerk Thompson, we could have more of an in-depth discussion about how the board wants to be involved in this. I would tend to think that it's not an action item for the board, but I'm certainly willing to go to MSBA and talk with them about that as far as rules are concerned, and bring that to a workshop item. Does that sound good for everyone?
Chair Andreessen, I just want to offer some historical context. I mean, this is a programmatic and curricular item. And in the past, the board has not historically voted on these things. So I think about the decision to start a new immersion language pathway or an outdoor immersion program at a particular site. That is not something, we are not voting on every single one of those decisions. This presentation, you all did a wonderful job showing how this action item directly relates to our strategic vision, our strategic plan, which the board votes on and approves. So thank you.
Thanks. And I did have just a couple of questions. I know I brought this up during the I forget what we're calling them. My brain stops working at 9 p.m. apparently now. But I just wonder, because I work with students who are in our special education program, and so when I see things like this, that's going to be their future. I wonder how will they be included in a program like this, and also worried about. I think back to my high school experience and where special education students were often put, and it is in more of these CTE programming. So just wondering if there's, what part of that approach is in these phases, and how is that community being included or not in this program?
So part of phase two will be looking at all students in the building and finding ways to make sure that all students find a pathway and find a place to belong and be successful. So of course, our special education students will be one of those groups that will be included in this planning. And that we haven't decided anything yet on what will our academies actually be and what will they look like. That is part of the phase two envision plan, is to look at all of those. So we have looked at how other schools have done it, but they're not us, and so we can get ideas from them, but we really want to look at what is best going to serve our students that we have in our building.
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments? Z. Yes, Director Zhao.
Hey, hi, Chair Andreessen. Thank you for the acknowledgement. One question I have is in phase two with the community involvement, will we involve teachers much more, right? And I'm just kind of thinking, we kind of alluded to there were some concerns, but I think we really want to do a deep dive, make sure that they're aligned. I think more voices, as we've kind of talked about throughout this meeting, are better than less.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for that question. We will be meeting, one of the first agenda items in our next phase is to develop a clear and concise communication plan to roll this out to all staff members and community members so that everybody's getting the same version. We would work with district communication and our high school admin team to come up with a communication plan to roll this out to everyone at the same time.
And Director Zhao, teachers will be very very frequently and heavily involved throughout this entire process. We need them to be excited about this, and we need their expertise to inform the nuances of the structure and the process, so they will absolutely be involved.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
thanks
you all.
for being with us tonight.
Appreciate your time.
it. That then takes us to our next item, which is, I believe, an action item, which is discussion of the commissioner's review. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen, and thank you, Natalia, for sharing just a super brief slide deck. I'm going to invite our Assistant Director of Buildings and Grounds to the table. So this is our school board and community's maybe first opportunity to meet Gino Mazzali. Yes. Yes. And so we're really excited to have Gino in Hopkins. He comes from District 197, where you did very similar work. And what I was excited about is that we found a leader who was legitimately excited to take on $140 million worth of projects. Like, that's incredible. Thank you in advance. So, and then Natalia, thanks to Clerk Thompson, he did recognize that what we posted was, for some reason, just the very last page of the MDE response. So maybe we just want to repost. That was what our attorney asked us to do. I think what I noticed is that, yes. Well, when I looked more closely, there isn't a beginning. It's just the end. So I thought maybe we should post for our community exactly what we're putting in the Sun Sailor. So I apologize. Thank you for doing that. Oh, thank you. Okay. So what we'd like to share is that, and you can see there's a timeline on the right-hand side of this slide here, where on June 10, our school board approved the review and comment via a roll call vote, and then we sent that to the Department of Education on June 27. On September 2nd, we did receive a positive review and comment from MDE, so we're very excited about that. And tonight, we are asking our school board to accept and approve this positive review and comment, which will then be posted in our official partner publication, Sun Sailor. And we have been out and about in the community and are also now visiting all of our Hopkins staff at staff meetings so that we can ensure everyone knows about this opportunity coming up for our community on November 4, which is a $140 million bond referendum, which will be question 1, and then a renewal of our capital projects levy, CPL for short, which will be question 2. The bond referendum would cost the average homeowner approximately $7 per month and will fund critical safety and security upgrades, accessibility improvements, modernized classrooms, single-user restrooms at our high school and other schools. And you just heard a presentation about career and technical education transformation. So this bond referendum will also provide renovated CTE spaces. Do you want to go to the next slide, Natalia? Okay, so we just went over questions 1 and 2. And the next slide, you'll see these graphics. We are talking about the importance of securing our future. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for our community to all come together and learn more about what the bond referendum and CPL would provide. And Gino? Would
Sure.
you like to just talk about these 4 buckets that we are organizing the projects for the bond referendum within?
Yes. Thank you, school board members, for having me here tonight. So all sites will receive comprehensive security upgrades, which may include and up to cameras, alarms, controlled entry points, exterior lighting, and fire suppression in our data rooms. And then we will remodel areas to include classroom, gyms, music suites, and flexible learning spaces. The high school also would get the revamped CTE and tech ed spaces, which we've discussed already. The sites across the district will see enhancement to our outdoor spaces, including safer drop-off areas and parking lots, fitness playgrounds at the middle schools, and upgraded athletic facilities. And all schools receive ADA upgrades, including restroom renovations and single-user restrooms. Schools with older playgrounds will receive upgrades focused on inclusivity.
Can I just quickly make a comment? I don't know if all people know what ADA compliance is, so if we could kind of spell that out.
Sure, it's just making things more user-friendly for those who may be in a wheelchair, or there are restrictions and guidelines on, door opening, stuff like that. Mulch playgrounds, we may put in that soft material where it makes it more accessible for everybody.
Thank you.
Yep.
And these would be improvements that are required under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Thank you, Gino, for explaining that. And then Mr. Wetter is available in case the board has questions about what is covered under the capital projects levy. I think we want our community to understand that they are already supporting our capital projects levy, which is set to expire. And so this vote asks the community to renew it at no additional cost to them, in addition to funding technology and technology improvements. Very importantly, we need to make sure that we have the proper levels of cybersecurity and data protection support. And a couple of additional and specific pieces within the capital projects levy is strategic purchasing of musical instruments, as well as smaller transportation vehicles to support field trips and internships across our community. So we're very excited about these 2 opportunities, and we're asking the board to accept and approve the positive review and comment from the Department of Education, and then we will go ahead and post the response that we received from MDE. We will post that in the Sun-Sailor.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from my board colleagues?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes. Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. It's lovely to meet you, and it's nice to hear about your excitement for this, because this is not a small undertaking. And I want to thank you, Dr. Mary Pierre-Reed, for putting out this smaller buses for internships and mentorships. It is such an important issue, and one that the Legislative Action Coalition has grappled with and asked specifically for more money for, because seizing the opportunity to do an internship or a mentorship is very often a true equity issue, where if you don't have a vehicle to transport yourself during the school day, you cannot participate. I know for a fact that some of the professionals in this room have sweat with students trying to find, Metro Transit or some way for a student to leave, during the course of normal hours to achieve, arriving at an internship at a local business. And it is just very difficult for some families. And so that is a huge way that our families could vote and to support, or could support that equity mission. And then our musical instruments inventory is an important one too, because we heard about Band X at this table, which is a way that we can expand music opportunities for families who weren't able to do that in 5th grade for a whole variety of reasons, and that there's a huge need for us in this district. So thank you for highlighting those. And I think my question is, so this positive review and comment sounds great. Does that means, to my understanding, that we've submitted all of the correct documentation, we've done the work required by the Minnesota Department of Education to prove that these are, all compliant with requirements, and so then we are fully ready to go in November?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? C isn't there anymore. Hopefully he did not have any comments or questions. I would like to remind, I would just also like to say thank you, and we've talked about these plans for a long time here at the board table. I am also really excited to see some of the amazing changes that will come to the district. So with that, I would look for a motion to approve the proposed referendum.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the commissioner's review for the proposed referendum has been approved. Thank you. And that now takes us to our next order of business, which is the school opening update. No action is required, but I bet we will get a lot of information. So as everyone comes to the board table, I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. Well, as we kick off this new school year, 6 days in, we're excited to share a school opening report, and this captures how we welcomed students, families, and staff back into our schools. And not sure if you knew this fun fact, but there are approximately 130,000 public schools nationwide, including more than 2,000 in the state of Minnesota, and we have 11 here in Hopkins. So lots of folks all over the country and in Minnesota working hard to open schools in a way that creates conditions for immediate belonging and achievement for our students. And so we do have a team of folks, and just sincere appreciation to all of the leaders that you see in front of you this evening, and to so many staff across the system who really go above and beyond to make sure that schools open well. So I'm very thankful. So I think we'll go to the next slide, and then you'll see an order of presenters. So we'll start with Dr. Lightfoot, and then perhaps each presenter can introduce the next. And, we're excited about this report because we spent some time putting it together, and we realized that we're beginning to present this report at 9:23. So we're going to ask our presenters to 60 seconds or less, and then if folks have questions, they can ask, and there's also a slide deck for future reference. Okay, Dr. Lightfoot.
Greetings, good evening. We've had the chance, as we were at the August board meeting, giving you some updates of the energies and efforts that were behind all of the hiring that has gone into the summer work. Just as kind of a summary of that, in general, we're presenting just some brief information as we really work toward that Vision 2031 goal of being an employer of choice, as well having our staff and student demographics mirror one another. So I'm just giving you some brief updates on the work that we continue to do in those areas. First off, you'll see that we do look, as we have been in the fiscal constraints that we have, knowing that we have made reductions, that we have in any course of any given year, the need that comes forward just from general mobility of individuals, as we have positions that come available through resignations and retirements and just general promotions and shifts as accordingly. You will note that this year there was a lower volume of hiring new staff. just in general, overall. We did see a lot more stability, more retention, which we're starting to see more in labor markets as well. Some of the interesting nomenclature that comes out is that it used to be job hopping. Now some of the nomenclature that's coming out is job hugging, where we're starting to see more individuals hang on to the positions that they have for longer periods of time, which is good as we continue to try and invest and really bring forward the skill sets of the people that we have. So I'll speak a little bit to that in the nutrition service one as well when we get there. But as you can see here, we generally present some just general demographics. You will see that we continually try to bring more of male population into the education profession. Part of what we're always looking toward is that mirroring of our staff-student demographic, about a 50-50, if we know what we have as part of our population. So I wanted to make sure that we brought that to your attention. Still working, still trying to achieve in that area. The next slide speaks more as we look at bringing staff of color. We continue to start to and have made strides in the way that we recruit, we retain, and we are now with some really innovative programming, and just quick shout out to Paris and all the work that has been ongoing with the apprentice programs, looking at how we can continue to keep individuals that we have, promote through opportunity, the ability to develop. So really want to just kind of look at how we can not only look at recruiting from outside, but looking at retention as a strategy and structure when we think about our staff of color population as well. Part of the demographic we look at, and I'll close here before turning it over, is the next slide, which really is, are we on track with those demographics? As you can see, we are making the progress that we had hoped to make. Part of the projection that we have been looking toward does have us over the course of the next year or two moving more into that 30% range, as you can see. So we are on progress. We are on track. I'm still continuing to make those strides forward. Hopefully, as we approach this next year and the year after with a little bit more intensity to meet those targets that we've set for ourselves. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ertl, Director Contreras with Learning and Teaching.
Thanks, Nick. Good evening again, everybody. Just a couple of learning and teaching highlights we wanted to talk about. Number one, the Innovation Fair, which is a really exciting addition to our kickoff, and a huge shout out to Dr. Katie Stennis and the IDL team who organized and executed the fair, and to everybody who participated. It was really fun. That's what you see on the left. We had topics ranging from robots to AI in schools to the new math curriculum, which leads me to in referencing a question that Director Thompson asked earlier. So our teachers did experience a lot of math training on the kickoff day in the afternoon, and we have a model of support that provides them coaching and training at the building level on an ongoing basis to make sure that they're really building their comfortability with the new materials. And also, the math training and curriculum is a great inclusion story because Director Contreras and I worked together closely to make sure that our K-5 special education teachers were included, not just in the materials purchase, but also in the training. And that was new for some of our teachers, and so that has been really exciting. I don't know, Fonda, if you want to say anything else about that.
Absolutely. I actually wanted to talk about just the increased collaboration with IDL and special services to make sure that all things are comprehensive and cohesive for staff and for students. And so with that, we are providing service to over 1,400 students in both private and public sites. A lower number, as Dr. Lightfoot spoke to, turnover of staff, which feels really good. So staff retention, I think I'm down to just 2 licensed staff positions. which has been the lowest since I can remember. So we do have staff in those positions, but hoping to find permanent staff. Right now, we have just 2 subs. We are also increasing parent learning and supports this year through the voices of our caregivers with students on IEPs. Just wanting to have more connection to sites that their students attend, as well as to other learning opportunities about the special ed process and how to collaborate with each other as parents. And then I'm super excited about the chemical health supports that we have. It started at the high school last year. We are also providing support to the middle schools, 1 day a week for each middle school, and then quarterly education collaborative planning meetings with health staff for our 5th graders. Early education is key to prevention. More students are using certain chemicals more younger than before these days. So that is my quick summary, and I will turn it over to Sarah Chauvin for early childhood programming.
Great. So during the K-12 first week of school, our preschool has orientation conferences with families. So they spend the week getting to know students in the classroom, kind of doing a more intimate introduction to what preschool will be all about. So our first day of programming was on Monday. This is day 2 for us. Early childhood, ECFE, has had a robust attendance in all of our classes. We are proud of the fact that we're expanding beyond our building walls. We're moving into partnerships with the Hopkins Library, as well as Oxford Apartments and Vista 44 Apartments. We did receive a very nice compliment just this past week. We had a family registering for our multiples class. Our multiples class is a unique offering in Hopkins. The West Metro doesn't generally have this. And this person said that it's got such a strong reputation. People are coming to this class from quite a ways away. They're making the journey. So they're registering their twins and their triplets into the multiples class for ECFE, which is very fun. Our preschool students are experiencing both excitement and nerves, and we are supporting in every way that we can. We're building community every day. We will. That's our first foundation. And we're excited to be planning for a Chinese immersion preschool opening in 26, 27. We're laying the groundwork for that, working with parents, teachers, and administration to make that happen. We're very excited. That's all I have, so I will pass it on to Jaleesa Smith-Breedlove.
Thanks, Sarah. But I do want to give you a shout out for your family festival that's coming up.
Oh, I have 2 slides, you're right, thank you very much. I do want to invite you, September 25, we have our Fall Festival and Resource Fair. I'd like to invite the board and all of our esteemed leaders. We have a wonderful time. It's one of the few places you'll get to pet a snake and a guinea pig. So come on down, we have a great time. Thank you, Jaleesa.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Well, I feel like before we can talk about school opening, we have to talk about the closing of an incredible summer in community ed as well as IDL. So I'll start with Camp Royal, where we offered over 150 different camps, serving over 1,500 students in those camps, or 1,500 enrollments, equaling about 480 K through 12 students, spanning everywhere like normal, from arts to sports to STEM, half-day and full-day options. And then also we had 100% staff retention from last summer to this summer, including some of our junior assistants as well. And then, of course, Kids and Company was bursting and full of energy and busy with 676 students across the 4 sites. Yeah. And then I'll go into my next slide to talk about school opening. So Kids and Company began the school year serving 770 students across 6 sites before and after school care. Of course, demand for the program remains to increase. each year. So currently, we have a wait list of 141 students waiting. And so if you remember, I was here 2 weeks ago, that number is a little bit higher. We continue to see requests from families who are waiting. So between today and the last time I was here with the board, we've had 40 additional requests for care across the district. We are still welcoming about a dozen new team members with 5 additional staff going through the onboarding HR process, and then we're continuing to interview and process applications for Kids and Company. Royal Zone, our middle school enrichment program for before and after school, began with 19 students, and that program is housed at North Middle School, but serving both North and West students. And then this week, youth enrichment and adult enrichment is jumping into our fall programming across the sites before school, after school, evening, and weekend. And then I will hand it over to my OSD counterpart, Paris Timmons.
Hi, good evening. Good to see you all. I'm going to share the summer impact report from this summer. It feels very loud. Okay. Starting off with credit recovery from our scholars at Hopkins High School, we served 426 scholars at West Middle School this summer, enrolling in 30 unique courses where over 1,200 credits were attempted. Just under 700 were earned at that program. The program is 4 weeks long. Royal Learning Academy, it was at Eisenhower. We enrolled 360 scholars, rising scholars in grades 1 through 5. This past summer offered for the first time a free enrichment opportunity for families to participate in extended enrichment, which served 154 scholars in a variety of STEM, art, and outdoor activities. Scholars engaged in several off-campus experiences weekly. We also had a partnership with TNTP where Hopkins teachers mentored aspiring teacher fellows, and RLA also offered literacy tutoring via the Summer Reading Corps via Impact. Next slide, please. Thank you. Freedom School at North Middle School enrolled 223 scholars, rising grades 1 through 9. We had partnerships with the Sane Foundation, where they ran daily soccer and basketball camps. We had junior achievement for financial literacy, continued our partnership with My Health, the Sojourner Project, and SRF Consulting, again, where they came in and a group of civil engineers came in and did a bunch of activities on the campus at North, where scholars got to engage in hands-on engineering activities. It was really engaging, a lot of fun, and yeah. We also participated in the Children's Defense Fund National Assessment. Those results will come in November. We also had our first local training where Hopkins hosted at Eisenhower at the end of May. So all Freedom School sites in Minnesota were here for training at Eisenhower, and it was quite the day. It was a lot of fun, a lot of high energy.
And Ms. Timmons, the Lieutenant Governor, spoke. She visited.
That happened also, which was quite wonderful. Youth Science Day, we had around about 2,000 scholars at the Science Museum, where we shut the museum down and got to participate in STEM activities. Our demographics for scholars and staff, our staff demographics are, we have 90% BIPOC staff with 16 Black males, and which also includes our partnership with Black Men Teach, which is a great partnership that we have and will continue to do so. And our scholars, 70% are that participated this past summer are identify as BIPOC, as well as 30% white scholars. This summer, we also went to the national training in Knoxville, where about 1,800, just under 1,800 participants across the country were there to learn and engage in the pedagogy of Freedom School. And this year, we marched from St. Paul College to the Capitol, sharing public education is a public good was our National Day of Social Action topic. We also had servant leader interns from the Grow Your Own apprenticeship program that we are starting this year, and this was our first summer having scholars from that program, which was great, or from fellows, participants from that program in Freedom School. And this year we look forward to launching more opportunities that serve our scholars with this wonderful framework. I'm going to pass it over to John.
All right. Thank you, Paris. Good evening, everyone. I'll be talking about some of the items that we've worked through in information services to be ready for the school year, and as we've seen move through startup. I talked about this both back in August as well as, we've had board action and conversations about this over the last 12 months, really, with the work this summer culminating after really 3 to 4 years of planning to make sure we're in this position to be able to make sure we have a reliable, secure, and safe infrastructure for our information to traverse. That network project, again, touched every single building in the school district, both all of our schools as well as some of our ancillary facilities as well, to make sure that we are all on the same page, using the same technology, and have the same equitable access to all of the resources we have here in Hopkins. That work started in earnest from a technical perspective on July 1st, which is the earliest that the federal E-rate rules allow us to start that work. So we really worked about 6 weeks to physically move all those pieces into place. So a large team in place. We're in our stabilization period right now, certainly working to smooth out any bumps in the road that we've found along the way, both with the security underpinnings of the network, as well as some of the systems that support our network. This afternoon, we did have an outage, which was, part of our learning process and making sure that we have that ready to go right at the end of the school day today. Besides that work, we still have a very dedicated team throughout information services, as well as other aspects of our work funded by the Capital Projects Levy. Our digital literacy specialists have been working to make sure that we're continuing to help students foster their love of reading at all levels across the school district, and have that welcoming face in our media centers to make sure that students have access to those materials, get those checkouts going right away for books, as well as being available as a reference center, especially in our secondary schools. Our tech integration specialists who work every day and really making sure that that technology is going into use in our classrooms. Technology can't be powerful without that strong integration happening and that partnership with our teachers to help make sure that all of those resources are available. Our information services and data teams have been working and supporting many departments through quite a few projects as we've worked through the summer. Still much more work to do as well. And all of the staff time around making sure our student devices are ready to go for this first day of school, to make sure our staff devices are ready to go for the first day of school. Almost every device is touched at some point during the summer to make sure that it's going to be ready to go. And so that is a dedicated group of staff making sure that all of those maintenance checks are done, all of those devices are ready to go. And really, in a challenging hiring environment right now in technology as well, we've certainly been working closely with our human resources colleagues as we've had turnover in our department. In technology, especially right now, a lot of folks are seeing a lot of opportunity in the technology field, and certainly folks are taking advantage of that and moving on from their experiences they've had here at Hopkins, and as well as an opportunity to hire and bring new viewpoints and new folks into the department as well. Another piece I'll mention that's been mentioned to me a few times this year, certainly a success coming into the school year, that is one of those like boring pieces, but when it just works, it's really good for folks, is around our identity systems. This is both from a security standpoint as well as an operational standpoint. We've done a lot of work in our identity systems, so that's all of your logins and that those systems are working together. And all of those pieces, we've really noted a significant dip in our tickets related to identity services. And that's really, we put a significant, did everybody notice the major system change that we made in March? Probably not, which is good. That was really 3 years of work of a complete overhaul of our entire identity systems that went active back in March. We're really seeing the positive impact of that here this fall as we're welcoming everyone back to school. So that'll conclude my summary for today. I'll be handing it over to Assistant Director for Facilities, Gino Mazzelli.
Thanks, John. Heading into some fun stuff that went over this summer. We went over and we did the high school. We converted our steam boiler to a hot water boiler, and this was a project this summer. And we've been in this process as a district for 20 years, converting our steam units to hot water throughout the district. Next summer, we'll be doing Alice Smith, so that's our next one to tackle. But what these offer for the district, just a better temperature control, reduced maintenance costs, and increased efficiency. And I would also like to give a special thank you to all the building and ground staff for getting all the buildings ready, from outdoor cutting the grass, getting the baseball fields ready, all that stuff for students to be back. And I know there's a lot of tickets regarding furniture move requests and doors and all sorts of things. So I'd really like to thank our staff. I know it's a tough couple weeks it's great to welcome folks back in the building, but it's also a lot of requests, and I appreciate their hard work to get that done and be ready for the students and staff to return. That's all I have.
Hello. Can you hear me? So for transportation, we began this school year with 48 Type C big yellow buses, which is down from last year. We have 39 Type A small yellow buses and 11 Type 3 vans or cars, which are just we call them Type 3, but it could be a van, a car, or a SUV or whatnot. These vehicles may change. We still are adding students every day, just new enrollees and students with different addresses, ones that move into the district, or some of our special services programs that there's changes for students. So we could increase some of the vehicles, mainly in the Type A or Type 3 area. We don't really foresee increasing anything in the Type C at this time. For our successes, we had a cross-functional team of district leaders and school support that worked together throughout the summer and the beginning of this school year to make everything happen. I really appreciate this whole team. There was a lot of learning of transportation involved for everyone, some of which have never had to be inside of our bus depot or deal with anything related to transportation, but they are district staff that was willing to help, and it was very appreciated. We appreciated, our whole team appreciated having everybody come together to help. We transitioned into a new routing system that we've been planning for a while now. With that system, it has improved some routing and efficiencies that we were working through. Our old system was pretty much outdated and not supported at this point. So this was a big change and transition for us. We routed the new bell times for 5 elementary schools, and even though we only moved 2 schools down to that 3rd tier, it's still all 5 of our elementary schools had a slight change in their time. So I wanted to make sure we noted all 5 of them. At this time, we have about 3,900 plus gen ed and special program students completely on all of the vehicles above. For some of our operational barriers, we have and continue to have a a complex coordination with different district contractors. So we have 2 contractors, plus we also have a small group of just district drivers that we use for some of our special services transportation. So that is technically 3 contractors that we're working with. We have non-public schools, Intermediate District 287, and some care and treatment programs. So those changes and challenges within those different dynamics do pose some barriers for us in transportation. We have some late program additions that are straining to routes and resources. So once we have everything planned out and put together, anything that comes in late and not planned for could put some barriers on us here in transportation. We also have had some challenges connecting our data system, which has slowed down some routing updates and information sharing. Parts of this could be our new router system and different things like that that we're working through with our new technology that is still pretty much rolling in, I would say. I won't say rolling out, rolling in. We still are experiencing ongoing driver shortage across all providers. This is just across the U.S. At some points, it seems like we're doing well, but at times it is still a factor, and so I wanted to just make sure we note that. Some key metrics for us, 3,500 gen ed students at this time. We still are, again, enrolling new students daily. About 415 special programs writers. This could be anything under special services, and again, this number is growing daily. Our service for transportation includes 6 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 1 high school, Transition Plus, the HELP program, virtual EDU, 2 non-public schools, 6 287 intermediate district sites, and multiple care and treatment centers that could be, it could be Edina, it could be St. Paul, it depends. It's across the cities is where we'll say for care and treatment programs. So those are all of the programs that we're currently transporting right now for transportation.
And preschool.
And which one? Preschool. Preschool, yes. I didn't mention Harley. I'm so sorry. How could I not?
We know you're there every day.
So yes, preschool is included. They're actually at some of our elementary sites as well as their own sites. So yes, I did miss Harley, and I won't do that again. I will pass this on to Director Chi.
Thank you. And
It
good.
was because you missed it, but it adds an extra thick layer of
It
complexity.
actually does, and I think I'm probably, because it was the first day on Monday, I'm just like, I lost it. I'm still in the middle of things with early childhood. When we deal with this so much, especially being these first couple of days, I don't know how I missed that on the list.
All right. Perfect. Thank you and good evening. So for the start of the school year, I think we're making great strides in some of our initiatives for school safety and security. One of the things that we've kind of addressed or coined, I guess, is Safe School Program. So it's pretty much an umbrella of the efforts made by our school administrators in addressing some of the additional student walkers and parent drop-off and pickup. So the way we're addressing that is through our collaboration with police department and fire services and assessing kind of the traffic flow and what best practices are. Moving forward, adopting and training the I Love You Guys Foundation. That really kind of generalizes kind of what our best response protocols are for emergencies and makes it acceptable for all levels of educators from elementary, preschool to high school. Additionally, increasing training and education on other topics for our staff and students. At the high school, I am supporting our Hopkins High School safety coaches through mentorship, guidance, and training to ensure that we keep our high school safe and accountability for our staff and students. Additionally, with the high school, I am leading a program called our Student Safety and Security Advisory Committee to educate and support students who want to explore career and safety and security, but mainly to have them have a voice and opportunity to influence and impact our safety and security program throughout the district, mainly at the high school. Additionally, I'm introducing a staff, family, and student school safety engagement survey and anonymous reporting mechanisms, and part of continuing our process data-driven feedback analysis for our safety and security program. I'm hoping to have this ready to go by end of Friday this week. And then additionally, working with our community partners, law enforcement, and fire services for our synchronizing our emergency operations plans to make sure that we're all on the same page and understand kind of our response protocols and expectations for one another when we are encountering a critical incident. And lastly, identifying technologies, physical security, and other safety tools to better meet the needs of Hopkins schools. So that's all I have, and give it back to Dr. Lightfoot.
Thank you. On behalf of Assistant Director Andrea Schock and her team, just wish Andrea well. She wanted to be here this evening, but is with her family doing some wedding coordination, so wish her family a good celebration. And happy to speak to the accomplishments of the school nutrition staff. Part of what they did throughout the course of the summer is a revision of the mission statement. Some key elements that were added to and highlighted specifically. Happy to report that we are increasing the number of farm-to-school partners. As we look at those partner associations, at least 5 farms were added throughout the course of the summer. In partnership with Hmong Farmers Association, local inclusion of Ferndale Farms, Legacy Farms, sourcing everything from fresh fruit and veggies to additional local meats. So they're very happy to report that that ongoing effort has provided good results in the ability to increase the farm-to-school ingredients. In addition, they also wanted to highlight the diverse range of ethnic cuisines. I think it's also important to note that part of a highlight of the Nutrition Services program is really their scratch cooking focus. And as they look at this year, part of the highlight that they are looking to add are Ukrainian meals and Hmong meals to be in addition to the lineup that they already provide. So they're intentionally looking at that. As part of their service models, really, I think, just to highlight, the work that they do in the scratch cooking is also more unique to Hopkins, and what they have looked to do over time in growing their staff is to promote from within. All of the cooks and the leadership that they did hire this year were all promoted from within, so they feel very good about that. The challenge, as has been mentioned before with some of the staffing, we are looking for about 4 individuals right now in some of the 4 to 5 hour positions. So of course, continually looking to recruit, to bring new people on. In part, that need is because the good news is the volumes increased with what we saw this last year. We were up about 15% with breakfast. Breakfast seemed to be hot, pun intended, item of the kind of year, if you will, where we saw those programming needs increase, about a 10% increase in lunch. As you can see, some of the totals here, when you think about those total numbers, 301,000 worth of breakfast, lunch totals, total meals. Last year's total, you will see that we exceeded last year's total in meals served by over 30,000. When we look at some of the other fun things that are done, the district-wide picnic for all of you that were able to partake in that, as Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned in the beginning, 945 staff. Had my first brookie to discover that you can combine a brownie and a cookie, and there are good things that happen because of that. Last and not least, just really want to be able to say that we are so fortunate that they are continuing to keep this as a focus of their work this year. Their theme, work smarter, not harder. It really is of value to them, as we know that we're all in times of increasing costs with produce, increasing costs with labor, that they continue to keep the focus on the scratch cooking and really continue to do what they can to build the investment in their program and increase participation. So with that, I think that closes it out.
Thank you.
Comprehensive overview.
Yes. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here so late and for providing what I feel like is a very succinct update on huge, huge jobs. So really appreciate you being here. Any questions or feedback?
Chair Andreessen, I just have one quick feedback. Thank you guys for your presentation. Director Chauvin, would have been helpful 12 years ago if that class of multiples was available. Do they help you change diapers in this class too?
We allow everyone just 15 minutes of sleep as their twins and triplets play in another room. Yes.
As everybody knows, I have twins. They don't need the class now. They're close to driving me to work.
They could be mentors for the kiddos.
They really could.
They could,
Yes,
yeah.
they could.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Hi, thank you all for staying so late. I have a question that kind of bridges safety and transportation. I feel like at this table, when we were talking about making this change, and we were talking about expanding our no bus zones, that we had discussed kind of a hazardous roads assessment, and I was wondering kind of what became of that. I am hearing some concerns still in the community about some of the places where we have crossings or where we have kids walk down streets that don't have sidewalks. And so I'm wondering kind of, did we do that, or were we like not able to finish that work? I know Ms. Williams, Director Williams, you mentioned challenges and some issues with the data transference. I'm sorry, it's very late. It's hard to make questions. And so what kind of did happen with that? What is our status of the hazardous road issue?
When the decision was made, we talked about having a walk boundary versus a no bus zone. And the difference between the two was a walk boundary is where we would make sure if students were crossing hazardous roads or not. And the no bus zone is us just letting everyone know that there is no transportation in the no bus zone. So that was just the difference between what we decided as a district, which direction we would go, whether we would choose a walk boundary or a no bus zone.
So I'd like to add to that because I've been working and helping our school administrators in transportation with that issue. So we are working with our police department and the city to kind of identify, okay, now we have parents coming in and assessing the additional traffic. So I think it's just one of those issues where we could have pre-planned, but then would it have really made a difference if we didn't know how many folks were coming in to pick up the student and dropping off the students? And so at this point, we're making strides and understanding, okay, this is how many folks are coming in to drop off, pick up the students, and where our students are walking from. And so I'm collaborating with our police department, and they're coming out to do assessments on certain crosswalks and certain streets to better help understand, okay, what do we really need, and then what can we request of the city, and what could the schools do to better make sure that everyone's on the same page and everyone's doing their part. And so with Minnetonka PD, specifically for North Middle School and Hopkins High School for Cedar Lake Road, I understand that that's a very busy street. So we're working with some of the transportation officers to really get expertise on, okay, what can I do as a school safety coordinator, and also what can the school administrators do with their staff to better address that issue. But also really pushing for, okay, the city, what can you do as well? How can we support you, and how can you support us? And so we're working towards that, and I'm hoping that we can have a better answer for you in upcoming weeks here, if not sooner. So.
I think I want to also add in a couple of the longer term pieces that involve with that is that I end up in those conversations as well with our city partners around when they're looking at roadway realignments and some of that work as well, which is much like technology infrastructure is also a multi-year plan that our city partners are working on. For example, you've recently seen the realignment happen on Hopkins Crossroad, adding the sidewalk on the east side of that, making sure that that is on the side toward our schools as well. That's something that that I've been working with the planners at the city of Minnetonka for several years on. We also know that coming up next year, there's going to be some realignment work as well as some safety components done to Cedar Lake Road. That's currently in the queue, coming out. We're about a year out on that, but the design work is happening right now. We've had some of our initial meetings with the city of Minnetonka around what that would look like. We also just last week had a conversation. I had a conversation with the early planners, the city of Eden Prairie, where they're going to be doing some realignment and sidewalk work around County Road 4, which is the main road out in front of Gatewood Elementary School. So that goes from the Glen Lake neighborhood south to Eden Prairie High School approximately. So there's early planning that's also happening along that route as well, as they're going to be doing some upgrades. And so that's also just another piece of context for that around some of those multi-year projects that our city planners are working with as well.
I did also, thank you for all that context. I did also want to mention that a group of parents have been working with the Safe Routes to Schools around Baker Road and West Middle School, and that is a really great community model. They saw a problem with their kids walking, decided to get involved with that project, and are working not only with the city of Minnetonka, the school, but also the county, because that happens to be a county road. And so I see it because I drive it. They have huge signs up now telling people not to pass on the shoulder. So parents can get together and really do some great work on these projects. If you notice an issue in your neighborhood, just start working on it. There's Safe Routes to School is available to anyone, and it really helps you bring together all of those community partners that can make a difference. And as a longtime resident of Minnetonka, I have to say I often contact my city council about the fact that there are no sidewalks in the city. So that would be also another way in which we can create safe routes to school for all of our kids. Any other questions, comments?
Chair Andreessen?
Director Roper?
Does Z have something?
I don't know, but Director Roper wanted to.
Yeah, so thank you all for being here tonight. I really appreciate it, especially given the time that it is right now. And I do want to just have a moment just to talk about transportation really quick. Thank you so much, Aisha and the team and everyone for doing the hard work that comes with the optics of like the first day of school. I know it's a lot of work to do, and I know that it was a lot of work being done to kind of mitigate some of the challenges that we were having. I do, however, want to express disappointment in the communication around transportation and to our parents and our community around those mishaps. I think that could have been done in a better fashion, especially as a board member. I was receiving phone calls from parents from out of district and parents in district. I felt like I didn't have any way to answer those questions because there was so much misinformation being spread on social media about the transportation issues within the district. And so it would have been nice just to have just a simple accountability message on our social media page to say, hey, we got this wrong, we are mitigating this right now, just to provide our families with some relief, because before I'm a board member, I'm a parent, and I think about the time where I had that transportation issue. And so and this is not just a shot at just like one department, this is the multi-departments that went into the communication around transportation and just like even understanding how we got to that point. I would love to see some family engagement with our parents to just get some feedback around that process so we won't run into this issue next year, because I think that people are on edge about what that is for Hopkins. And so I would love to see if we're able to, again, have a better sense of communication around that. And that's not a one-person thing, that's like a team thing. So I don't want anyone to feel scapegoated in this. Like, we have to do better in accountability and not just, fluff with words, just be direct. We messed this up, and we're going to get this together. So I would just like to see that moving forward and just understand what is our process, protocols, our practices and procedures and policies around said issues when things happen. So again, I want to express thank you, but I also want to just be very clear that I would like to see that happening in the future when we have big issues like that happening, because parents were on the edge and I did not know how to respond as a school board member, to be completely honest.
Thank you, Director Roper.
Director Roper, I would like to acknowledge what you just shared and express responsibility, and I think the accountability is really important, which is why during the superintendent goals portion of our workshop, there is a goal in there that I've articulated to facilitate
an after-action review of our transportation process, and not only to identify the things that did go well, but more importantly, as you stated, to identify where we could have done better, what were the systems or processes that were not connecting properly, and how did that impact our families. So I do want to apologize for the strain caused on your family and on other families in our system. And you're right, whenever something happens that is a result of something that didn't happen right, and it's never intentional, we do need to say, oops, we messed up. We are aware of the problem. Here's what we're doing to fix it. So thank you for expressing that, and we are committed to learning as well as applying lessons learned so that we can continue to get better over time.
Thank you. And again, y'all did such amazing work mitigating that and sending out those individual emails to everyone. I just wanted to make sure that the misinformation just didn't keep getting spread across social media. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Director Zhao, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Andreessen. Just one on transportation. Do we have any, I'm wondering if we have any metrics on timeliness of buses, right? Are they on time mostly across the system? Anecdotally, I think for my kids, it's been, it was a little rough at first, but now it's been more or less figured out. I'm wondering system-wide if we have any metrics on that. Thank you.
Mostly on time, I will say. The first week of school, there's always a few late buses. Sometimes it takes the week to get fixed, depending on construction or whatnot. This week, mostly on time. We do have a lot of late buses due to Cedar Lake Road. Buses are not able to get into the high school. There's no light or like a turning light. So when buses are coming down Cedar Lake Road and they need to make the left turn into the parking lot, they have no way to get into the parking lot. So most times they're on time until they get there. And then they're rolling into the high school late. So we're looking into those type of things. We were also trying to work with our leaders, our building leaders, to make sure that we get reports of who is still late, because we could have certain issues. It could be traffic, it could be construction, it could be a routing issue. We won't know if we don't get that information from our building leaders, so that's what we're working on. But for the most part, from I've heard from, they're mostly on time. One late bus today may not be late tomorrow. So it is a difference between if one route is late every day, consistently or not. But for the most part, it went really well for the startup for the school year, and most buses are on time.
Yeah, and maybe you're already talking about it, but I mean, could we get like Minnetonka PD to direct traffic for that, hour that we're loading buses in? I don't know, maybe.
We actually have
Maybe
been trying for some years to work with different providers to see what we can get, and we're working harder this year even more. So if we're able to, that is definitely something that we're looking into doing. I know Director Chi is working with them really well now. I think this is probably, before it was more transportation reaching out. Now it is Director Chi is on top of meeting with them. If it is going to happen, it'll happen now, if it's available. So that is something that's in the works.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to quickly mention the innovation fair that you talked about. I attended that and learned so much about what's going on in the district. I would love to see that continued. I also got sorted into my house, so super happy. I got my sticker. So just wanted to mention that was, and I think I heard across the board from what I was seeing at that fair that people were really appreciating it. Just knowing what's going on in other buildings. So thanks for that, and what's possible, actually. And I also realize that transportation is a big issue, and thank you, Director Roper, for bringing up that we really feel as a district that we are accountable for if any mistakes are made, just as we are accountable for great successes. So I think that we can be much more intentional about communicating that to our community, as well as making sure that we are tracking things so that we can improve each iteration as we go forward. And I am wondering, with Kids & Co., is there anything we can do as board members to help with recruitment or staff? I hate to see the waiting list going up at this stage. So just wondering if there's anything you think that we could do to help.
Much like transportation, we continue with the childcare shortage of folks finding interest in other disciplines. We have a pretty strong process right now in partnership with HR on sponsored posts and recruitment and those sorts of things. Yeah, we just didn't expect the late request. You know, when we look at our numbers for those who requested care during our priority window, majority of those families have been placed. So right now, the wait list is a reflection of those families who maybe thought they did not need care during that request window, and now as school year has gotten closer, they're needing care. So it wasn't quite in our recruitment plan to need to provide care for about 100 of those families. So we are trying to catch up in pace with now families needing to make a different choice. So we'll go back into our recruitment process that we've laid out, restart those sponsored posts to try to fulfill those needs.
Thank you. And I do know the LAC is going to continue to work with the legislature and DHS to make exceptions for school-based childcare to reduce that ratio, which I think could have a really good impact. So we'll continue to work on that.
If I can actually comment on that,
Yeah.
For those who are experts in childcare and childcare workers, we just ask those who are willing to advocate for us and advocate for the discipline that they be careful about the ratio that they have in mind. Those ratios are not only to keep children safe, but they're also to make sure we prevent childcare worker burnout. So 15 is really in a non-educational structured space is really a good ratio, or maybe 20 at the most, but I think Kids and Company would be upset if I didn't say anything, but also would just really appreciate the advocacy, but making sure that it's logical, that LADC is engaging with the child care workers in school districts, especially if it's across school districts. I would just ask that, you know, we engage the child care workers, the staff who are doing this work, and the folks that are coordinating the care. Because if you've ever been in one of our spaces at the start of before or after school, it can be quite overwhelming. So to imagine to go from a ratio of 1 to 15 to 1 to 30, I think would jeopardize the integrity of childcare. So I just want to voice out loud that school boards or those who are advocating, just make sure that they're engaging with childcare workers as well.
Great. Thank you.
Chair Andreessen, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, Director Roper.
How will Gator Academy impact those numbers? Because I know that Gator Academy starts on the 15th. So if families enroll in Gator Academy, will that open up space on the on the Kids and Co list? And I know Gator Academy is only offered at Gatewood, so I don't know how much of a difference it will make in the, well, it will make a difference, but I don't know how many numbers it will impact. But just wondering if those families enroll, will they be kicked out? Well, not kicked out, but unenrolled from Kids and Co.
Yes, we would unenroll just because from what I understand about Gator Academy, that it's a long-term commitment or a longer-term commitment. So Gatewood actually isn't facing a lot of the capacity issues of the rest of the district. Gatewood is actually a school that has less need. So I think when it comes to Gatewood, to be fully transparent, it's about us being able to maintain and sustain an operational program there. If a lot of families move into Gator Academy, so me and Dr. Nolan have spoken about this, but also recognizing that it's a need. So we'll continue to work to balance the needs of Gatewood. But Paris and I have talked about targeted services being added is an additional resource at the other school sites for care. We do serve a larger percentage of families that are on child care assistance, so that would relieve child care assistant needs or those who cannot afford child care. It would help be a resource for those families. I mean, I know we're trying to eradicate the socioeconomic connection with resource, but primarily those families we know who are, their children need additional academic assistance typically do come from families that also need additional socioeconomic support when it comes to childcare. So,
thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I don't see any other questions or comments. So yes, you can choose to stay. I think some of you have to. But otherwise, appreciate you being here this evening and joining us. And we will then move on to the fall data report, part 2.
Or if you stay for 2 more minutes, then you'll have been at the table for exactly 1 hour. Anybody want to? No.
You can just sit, drum your fingers.
Kidding. Thank you all for your hard work and for serving our students, families, and staff. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Should I move to the middle? Is it weird now that I'm on the side?
Is it weird now?
Comfortable in that chair, or if you need
do a leg stretch or
something? I don't know. Sitting over here.
I think you've found a spot where the cameras can't get you.
Oh. My husband does text me and tell me if he can see my face or not. Oh. I'm going to try over here.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ertl, for remaining at the board table, and Ms. Vang, thank you for joining us. So Ia and Ann were with us on August 19 for part 1 of our beginning of the year academic report, and this is part 2, focused on access and MCA results, and we know that state assessments provide very valuable system-wide insights, and they're only one part of the big picture of student learning, which should also include growth over time, classroom learning, engagement, and critical skills like collaboration and problem solving that are not captured on these exams. So we'll just keep all of those things in mind. Thank you for all of the time to the two of you and other members of the team who put together this report, and we'll just dive right in.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hello again, board members. We're excited to share part 2. So this evening, we're going to be talking about access data and MCA data, as Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned. And it's important to know that these are, again, snapshots that we can use to understand the consistency and coherence across our system, and they don't address really important aspects of learning, like the culture of a school or the belonging that a student feels. And also, I think I'd add, based on what Dr. Nath and Ms. Dimich shared earlier, you know, the intent of this data sharing is really for us and our community to stay informed about our statewide assessment results, because they are important, but also ensure that we are attaching the appropriate context to the data itself. Next slide, Natalia. So just as a reminder, we do use a street data framework often when we're talking about data, and MCAs and access data are satellite level data, which is best used really to help us know where we need to investigate further. And then to understand and act on what we are seeing in our MCA or access data, we dig into the map and street level data, which we will do more over the course of this year in our subsequent data presentations. So just as a reminder, go ahead, Natalia. Just as a reminder, Ia shared these last time we were here, and so I won't repeat them, but the data norms are important just to keep in mind as we are going to dive in. So we're going to start with access, and despite the late hour, I'm very, very excited to talk about access data as a former EL teacher. So if you go to the next slide, Natalia, access stands for Assessing Comprehension and Communication in English, State to State, and it's our mandatory state assessment that we use to assess the progress and proficiency of our English learners in grades K through 12. The test assesses students in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and really looks at a couple of things. One, it monitors students' progress toward English proficiency. It does help inform some instruction and what service might look like for a student. And then it is our federal accountability assessment as well. So access is useful to us in two ways. So first of all, students test annually, and the output is a proficiency score. The proficiency score is on a 1 through 6 scale. 1 meaning that we call that entering. A student has minimal comprehension and communication skills, all the way up to 6, which would be that they are fluent and accurately using academic English, which is an important distinction. Access is also really unique in the sense of being a sort of statewide big-scale test in that it does measure growth. So we can look at scores to track how individual students are progressing on their pathway, and this is assessed year over year by looking at those growth and scale scores. So what does that actually look like? So on the next slide, this is a snapshot of our overall proficiency levels. So you'll notice in this slide that we've got the yellow bar is level 1. So those are most typically our newer to country students. Our largest group, and this is common across the field, is level 3. A level 3 student is going to be a kiddo who is verbally very proficient sounding and is likely still working in the domains of reading and writing. That might not be the same as a native English-speaking peer. These proficiency levels, of course, are highly influenced by how many English learners are coming into our system. So as we have seen over the last couple of years, we have about 9% overall population of EL, and we've gotten newcomers over the past few years, which we had not had when I first came. And so the proficiency levels are just interesting data to see kind of as a system where students are landing. Progress toward English language proficiency. So important for you to know, each English learner is assigned an annual growth target. And this is a really complex formula that MDE runs, and it's based on things like the number of years a student has been in an English-speaking school. Also, the age or grade of the student impacts what their growth target is going to be. So what you're seeing here on the left is progress toward growth. And you can see that about 75, in Hopkins, about 51.5 students are making average progress toward growth, which is a little higher than the state average. And then on the right side, that's actually the number of students who met their growth target. So we care about making progress toward growth, and then we also care about who is actually making their growth target. And you can see there again that Hopkins is doing a little bit better than the state in students actually meeting their growth target. The next slide also shows students who exit EL services. So in order to exit, you have to score a 4.5 overall on the access assessment. That is what our state has deemed proficient in order to exit. And this data is important because you see at some of those transition points, higher exit numbers than in some of the other grades. And this is actually pretty good. The students who are exiting in grades 4 and 5 are very likely students who have been in Hopkins for a significant portion of their elementary. There's the dip in middle school, again, very, very common. We don't see historically a lot of exiting in those middle years, but then again in 9th grade, those students are exiting. And I just want to acknowledge that this is in large part to the work of our EL team, but not just the EL team, because actually English learners don't spend all day with EL teachers. They spend all day with a variety of teachers across their school. And so all of our teachers are doing a fantastic job in helping students meet those growth targets and also exit programming. I'm going to turn it over to Ia to talk about our MCA proficiency results.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so before I begin, I want to talk about just like a brief overview of what are MCAs, right? So that we have a common understanding of what it is. The Minnesota Comprehensive Assessment, also known as MCAs, are state tests in reading, math, and science that help evaluate school and district performance. It helps us to meet federal accountability requirements, and it also helps guide curriculum and instruction. So students are scored in 4 levels: does not meet, partially meet, meets, and then exceed standards. And we could find these results in the Minnesota report card, which is what I will pull for the graphs that you'll see next. And then students also participate in specific grades. So when we say students, we're talking about specific grades. So for reading, all grades 3 to 8, and also 10th graders. Math is grades 3 to 8 and 11th graders. And the science is grades 5, 8, and high school life sciences. So students who take biology. Okay, before we even dive into the data, we also need to understand how is it being used? What is the appropriate way to use it? Because there's so many narratives about it. So as guided by the Minnesota Department of Education, the results can be used to look at overall proficiency, compare student groups, track changes over time to evaluate equity, curriculum, and instructional effectiveness. And so it is very important, as Dr. Mary Perry had said, this is only one of multiple data points that should be used for school and district decision making. So just keep that in mind as we're looking at the data. So on the next slide, this is a chart that shows Hopkins district proficiency rates in reading, math, and science, so all subjects, from 2021 to 2025. So you'll see that the science assessment for 2025 is not there, and that's because it was a new assessment last year. So the 2025 results is still pending, and I think we'll receive it later in the fall. So I'll update this slide as I receive the information. Proficiency calculations include only students who participated and have valid scores. So the percentage that you're seeing here are just for the total number of students who participated. So it's not all of students enrolled. It's students who participated that had a valid score. So when we're looking at the data, the dark blue bar shows math, the light blue shows reading, and the teal color shows science. Overall, this chart shows that more students are proficient in reading in Hopkins compared to math and science, with science having the lowest proficiency rate. So if we go to the next slide, specifically for math, so here's a snapshot of math proficiency rate at Hopkins compared to the state. So the black bar represents the state, and the dark blue represent Hopkins. So math proficiency declined from 48.1% in 2021 to 38% in 2025. The most recent is 38% of students is proficient in math in 2025, which reflected a slight increase of 0.3% from 2024. For reading proficiency, there was also a decline from 57.3% in 2021 to 47.8% in 2024. And then from 2024 to 2025, we did see a slight increase of about 0.9 increase from 47.8 to 48.7%. The scores, though, still remain in that range of 47 to 57%. And then the most recent, again, is 48.7%, which is very close to the statewide, which is 49.6% for reading. Again, as noted, there are no 2025 results yet for science. If you want to know why, it's because the 2019 Minnesota science standards were implemented in 2024, 2025. So we might not even get to compare that data because the assessment will look very different. So just keep that in mind. I will include it later, but just keep that in mind as we're looking at the data. Okay, so overall, science proficiency declined from 47.2% in 2021 to 29.6% in 2023. So for 2023, though, we did have an increase of 33.6%. So it was interesting to see that from 2021 to 2023, there was a decline, but then we had an increase. So it'll be interesting to see what 2025 will look like, even though the assessment will look different. So that was a really brief overall, right? We have more data, of course, if you're interested, but that's just a very high-level overview of the data. And finally, we wanted to share information directly from Minnesota Department of Education assessment team, because there's been a lot of questions about opt-out, student refusal, parent refusal, which are really common. And so I wanted to explain that in MDE Minnesota report card, there are 3 different reports for the category are students mastering standards. So the first one, which is the test achievement level, test result, and participation report, is the data that I pulled for the charts that you just saw, which again is only for it only calculates students who have a valid score, who participated and tested. Okay, but then if we were to look at the North Star academic achievement calculation, it includes all students. So students who do not participate in testing for that report are treated the same way as students who are not proficient. So that number is going to look different from the number that I just pulled. And then again, for the North Star academic progress calculation, students actually need 2 scores to even see the growth. So we actually need to be mindful that when we're looking at the data, who is represented in those data points also matters. So this is an example that I was talking about. So on the left, you'll see that there is the test result and participation report, which is the proficiency of students who had a valid score. And so you'll see there that that is the numbers that I pulled for our graph. But then when we look at the North Star achievement, academic achievement report, which is the middle one, we'll see that our score for our percentage proficient is lower because it's including all students. Does that make sense? So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer later. But what is important here is that we, along with the Big Data Project, we're really looking closely at understanding how students who opt out impact our data. And so this is one way to look at it. And so we're just working with them to really understand who is opting out, how does that impact our data, and then also understand another layer to it is understanding how students who enroll in Hopkins later, how does that impact our data as well. So there's just a lot of layers there for MCAs.
And board members, I just wanted to remind you that, and one of the reasons Ia and I chose to put this really text-heavy slide in is because this is directly from the testing department at MDE, and it's, even we have to read it a couple of times sometimes to make sure that we're looking at the set of data with the right eyes. And so because this deck will serve as a reference deck for all of you for this year and moving forward, we thought it would just be helpful to have it to go back to, just as a referent to, you know, when we're talking about, well, do the kids who don't take the test count against us? Do they not count against us? The answer is, in one report they do, and in one report they don't. So just if you need to refresh your memory on what those mean. And then if you are familiar with the report card, the slide number 19 is, you know, shows you kind of in those 3 cases what that report looks like. So really just kind of for your future reference as well. So just to talk about so now what, which is the right next thing to be thinking about. After tonight, we will be reviewing this level of data primarily, well, first and foremost with our Hopkins instructional leadership team. We have a meeting with them on Wednesday of next week where we are going to share sort of this broad overview of the district level data And then in September and October, we'll be working with our data specialist team to provide our schools with what the snapshots look like for their building. And those will include some analyses around by grade level, by race and FRP status, and some of those other demographic things that are important for us to really look at and be aware of at that school level. From there, we will be providing protocols and expectations for the building leadership teams to analyze that data and then guide their teacher level teams, which might be like a grade level team or a department team, to do some deeper analysis on what the data means to them. And so those are kind of the next steps that we anticipate to do with both Access and MCA data for our system as we work toward improving our outcomes in a systematic way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the explanation about the text-heavy slide because, yes, I was.
It's hard to look at.
Yeah, especially at 10:40 at night. Any questions or comments from my board colleagues?
Chair Andreessen.
Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you both for staying. Thank you for this information. It's important. And it's important to contextualize it too. And so you mentioned that a primary reason for doing this is to know where we need to investigate further, and that's an appropriate use of the MCA data. And I know that this work has been ongoing, and so one of the things that was clear was the need for the new elementary math curriculum, and so that is a wonderful first step that we took, and I'm very excited to see how that impacts our scores going forward. Was there any other points of investigation that are obvious? Understanding that this is a whole journey that we're on, but any points of investigation that are obvious now that?
So for me, the broad strokes are useful and interesting, and what I'm also interested in, one of our goals is to, disrupt racial and economic-based disparities that show up in data. And so when we get to our school and maybe even grade level or classroom level data, what we want to do is look for bright spots. So we know, thanks to our work with Dr. Nath and some of our other research, that students who are of a certain demographic group do tend to do more poorly on these tests, but we also know that there are factors that lead to trajectory changing experiences for kids. And so we want to look for those bright spots in our own system, as well as potentially spots where we need to attend to, whether it's a curricular need. You mentioned our new math materials. We've been working really hard on some new literacy practices. We need to continuously check in on the implementation of those things, because neither of them are a panacea or a light switch that we can flick on and off and expect everything to change. But we have to watch very closely, because we want to make sure that we are building an expectation of consistency and coherence among all of our classrooms. And that's really important if we do expect to have the outcomes that we would like to see after a few solid years of implementation. I feel okay about the slight increase in our scores, and there's still a lot of work to do in bringing those up.
Thank you.
I think people might. Clerk Thompson? Yes?
Chair Andreessen?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Always appreciate when you bring the data like this. And I would echo what Treasurer Harlan said about, appreciating the text-heavy slide, because, you hear sometimes, well, opt-outs count against us. Well, thank you for showing here. Depends which thing you're pulling it from.
That's right.
And so, and I appreciate the hyperlinks too, because am more familiar with the report card where they don't count against you. I wasn't super familiar with this North Star academic achievement, so thanks for showing that they're both there. Really appreciate that. I guess just one quick question. When you had talked about the purpose of MCA testing, and I appreciate you framing it. This is satellite. This is very high level. You mentioned the purpose here, and there's kind of these 3 bullet points, and appreciate again Treasurer Hartland's mention of the new math curriculum, and so that to me is kind of the bullet point about informing curriculum and instruction. So then, just what is the ESSA there for the federal accountability, and
Yeah.
what are we supposed to meet to do that? I'm just
Yeah.
unfamiliar with that.
That's good. So it actually ties to the now well-talked-about text-heavy slide. So ESSA is Every Student Succeeds Act. It is the replacement of No Child Left Behind. And so for the ESSA accountability purposes, that looks at those North Star reports. So not our state participation, kind of what's described in that left-hand column of the text slide, but the other 2. So we are, the ESSA Act requires all school districts to measure students' performance. We use MCA. We've had MCA for a long time. We use it to meet that ESSA requirement, and then also our own state reporting and monitoring purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Zhao.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So hey, thanks for the data. It's always good to know directionally. I'm just trying to put everything together, right, in context with the potential draft of the new superintendent draft goals, right? And they're, I think, aggressive in a great way. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, is your expectation that these kind of directional satellite view metrics are also going to increase in a similar way, right? Maybe not exactly, but directionally, right? And if so, this time next year, are we committing to saying, okay, we're going to be up, at least this number of %, and we're committing to that, right? We have a new curriculum, letters training is more or less complete. We need to start seeing some returns on these investments, and soon.
Yeah, I appreciate that. For the purposes of Dr. Mary Perry Reid's goals, we'll be looking at growth data, which is FastBridge data. But that said, to your point, I mean, absolutely. I think that FastBridge data helps us in the moment make some actionable decisions around instructional choices with students, which will and should impact what our MCA data says. The term of it might be a little bit longer, but it definitely should impact those. And it is not, it's a common practice in some districts to have MCA targets. And that might be something that we would want to consider at some point. I think it's a little challenging to set reasonable targets when we are in a bit of an installation phase with our math and literacy at the elementary level. But I do think that that's something that could be of use for us in the future.
Interesting. Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I thank you again for this report. I'm speaking for myself, perhaps, but I will need some time to process this. And when my brain is functioning a little bit better, and will forward my questions to you and Dr. Mary Perry Reid for further context, if that's okay.
Absolutely, and actually that reminds us to tell you that we did get a couple of questions, I think, maybe in the question and answer session after part 1, or maybe in an email, I don't recall now, but IA did do some further analysis per those questions that she's ready to send out. We'll do that tomorrow. And then we will put that data into this deck. So again, you sort of have one place to go for all of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll also link the district assessment calendar, because I know a few of you visited during the innovation fair and was like, can we also get that? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I'll link it in the slide deck too, so everything is in one spot for you.
All going back to that innovation fair.
Apparently.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Have
much.
a good night. So now we will go to the policies and first read, where we do have some action items. So it should be very interesting. I will turn it over to Vice Chair Ross.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. We have 6 policies. First read, we're going to present to the cohort today. 101, 204, 210, 214, 410, and 450. From a framing perspective, this is welcome back to Hopkins, September. What we're going to be doing here is giving you a good background that these policies and revisions, essentially, these policies reflect changes to ensure alignment with the District Vision 2031 equity lens as part of our commitment to overcoming racism. And then the MSBA, our Minnesota School Board Association model policies that are used and utilized as a guide with these particular Hopkins policies, so then we are aligned with how we want to go forward with them. So I will hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lightfoot to walk you guys through. The first one we could, walk you guys through is 101. So with that, I'll hand it over.
Great, thank you. Most of these this evening are really the annual review policies that we have. So for these first couple meetings, you do have a set of policies that do require that you view them annually. So we'll go ahead. That's why you see many of these with no changes. And if you look at the corresponding MSBA policy, really not much change there as well. But just to walk through that, Hopkins 101, MSBA 101 is really about the legal status of the school board. Really is kind of a authorizing policy that just establishes the state guidelines around the status of a school board in the school district. So with that, we are not noting any changes with policy 101. You will also note that really no significant change other than just the note of the way in which they identify Minnesota chapter and statute. But beyond that, any questions, comments, concerns related to 101?
Doesn't look like it.
All right. 204 is school board meeting minutes. There really were no changes. We had already taken into account the MSBA changes that were recommended in 2022. So with that, we are also at this point in time, as a monitoring committee, not recommending changes to 204. Any questions about school board meeting minutes as far as the policy is concerned?
No.
All right. The fun continues on to 210. 210, the conflict of interest of school board members. You will also note here that we did not see any change. The model school board policies, really going back to 2008 without any modification there. Questions or concerns about conflict?
No.
All right. 214, in case you're considering out-of-state travel by school board members, there is a policy, and yes, we do have to look at it annually, and at this point, we aren't recommending any changes as a monitoring committee. You'll also note that since 2009, MSBA hasn't made any change or modification. If there are questions related to this, happy to address those at this time.
No questions.
All right. 410, Family and Medical Leave Act. You will note that there are no changes recommended here. The changes that were recommended under model policy were revised really in 2022. The guidelines around this are federal in nature. 410, I say that because we will be, as you're aware, instituting Minnesota paid family leave. That will be instituted in January, has its own set of conditions that are Minnesota-bound. This policy, 410, is really particular to the FMLA guidelines at the federal level, so that's why you see the federal nature of the language that's contained here, but there, again, no changes for 410. Any questions on Family Medical Leave Act?
I just had a quick question about that, Minnesota changes. So would those then, if there are any, would those then be included in this policy, or are we going to have a separate Minnesota-specific one?
Interesting question. We are getting some guidelines as they're emerging. We're getting the guidelines about the implementation of the plan itself. More of those are really regulations. In fact, we were just discussing today as an HR team, because we have to get ready to look at how we process the premiums, because everybody will be responsible for employer as well as employee premiums when we consider the implementation. And many of those are really on a procedural level at the local level. As far as a Minnesota policy, yes. Probably forthcoming, but really that can run concurrently as we think about where most people are familiar, the 12 weeks that go with FMLA and how those interface with one another. Much of that information is still being finalized with some of the implementation practices, so we hope to get some additional information shortly, but right now, that's really contained within statutory guidance.
Thank you. I did have another question specific to this policy, and wondering if the monitoring committee reviewed the language within this policy for gender neutrality in line with our other policy. And if so, was there any discussion about making it less gender specific?
As far as looking at that particular element, no. And certainly it can be. If there are guidance from the group, we certainly can go back and make those modifications.
If it's possible, I know a lot of this is federal driven, but if it's possible, it would be great if we could just do a review. Like, I'm just looking at one, spouse means a husband or wife. Just making sure that we're in alignment with our other policy around this. Is that all right with you, Vice Chair Ross?
Sure.
Thank you.
So noted. All right, we'll bring any of that modification forward in second read. That is 410. The last policy of the evening, 456. With 456, it is the staff ethics conflict of interest. We did not note, and you will note because of the 456, those that are in the 50s and above are all local policies, not with model MSBA. We do have this staff ethics conflict of interest. Part of note is that we did not recommend changes to the policy itself. We did, however, have a good discussion about including this policy in an annual notice to staff and making sure that as we do our annual staff work on policies such as mandatory reporting, other sexual harassment policy reviews, and any other documents that we have, that we do also ask staff to review this on an annual basis, just as a reminder to them and keeping this information in front of them as well. While it's not specific in policy, it really is about the practice of just making sure that we raise that level of awareness.
Thank you. Any feedback? Looks good.
All right. Well, that concludes the slate that we have in front of you this evening. And with that, we can move forward on any vote.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for, that's a long list of policies, so thank you, Monitoring Committee, for getting through all of that. So I would then look for a motion to approve the above policies in first read, except for policy 410, which is going back for review, and just some language changes. And further, the board directs the administration to prepare the policies with any suggested revisions for approval in second reading at the next meeting as part of the consent agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the policies have been passed out of first read. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, for all of your time this evening. That will take us to our board member reports, and we will continue our practice of going around the table, introducing ourselves, and giving a report if you have the energy to do so. We will go ahead and start with Vice Chair Ross.
All right, thank you, Chair Andreessen. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Hopkins community. I am Director Ross, your Vice Chair. I have, and I think I forgot to note what Director Westmoreland noted. I will not be rerunning or seeking a reelection for my seat, so you're welcome, Hopkins. So with me, you only have 3 more meetings after tonight. So with that said, I will give you my normal diatribe. I have 3 kids in the system, twins, as I noted earlier with Ms. Chauvin. What I failed to mention to everybody, I was giving Ms. Director Chauvin a hard time because she actually was my ECFE teacher 12 years ago with my kids, so I was giving her more of a hard time of that would have been helpful to have a multiples class because I had to learn how to put a diaper on my children, and I didn't know at that time. Now I do.
2 children.
And I have a third that I understood how to put a diaper on at that point. He is in the 4th grade.
Benefit from the double practice.
Yes.
Yes.
Having 2 at one time, I learned very quickly the ins and outs of how to put a diaper on and understand when I need to change them. So 2 12-year-olds, 1 9-year-old. What I want to highlight is I had the pleasure of attending the AMSD meeting, and I know our superintendent also shared an email to the community, or maybe it was just to me, and everybody else said, Hopkins, just what was, there was multiple things that was communicated. Peter Leatherman from Morris Leatherman Company presented, as well as there was the platform, legislative platform, and obviously our good friend, Director Allegra Smizik, that she was presenting about Perpage.
Oh, cool.
The big thing that I wanted to highlight was when it came to Peter Leatherman walking through and communicating a lot of really good nuggets. And it's really timely, especially when it comes to the referendum. One of the big things is that families feel that the property taxes are high. However, they did note that public school funding is not keeping pace, with the current interest rates and with the current, the funding is just lacking and I'm pretty sure the community's seen that multiple times. So with this, referendum that we have, that's going to be a big thing that we want to be able to support so we could be able to help our Hopkins Public Schools and be able to, get some of the 3 areas for the bond referendum: safety and security, career and technical education. Hopefully, community saw that as well for CTE, and then deferred maintenance. So that is really, it was really good nuggets. But yeah, the biggest thing is, the referendum priorities. That is the most important detail. There was other nuggets in there. If people have opportunity to read it, I would recommend it. But definitely voting season. Thank you.
Would that be something, Vice Chair Ross, that we could include in our meeting minutes, perhaps, as a link to that AMSD newsletter?
Yeah.
If you want to forward it to Natalia, that would be great.
Sure.
So our community can look at that. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. My name's Shannon Andreessen. I am chair of the board. I get to work at Gatewood Elementary in the special education programming there, and I also have a senior, which I can't believe, at the high school, which is an exciting year, and have been, I also have another child who graduated from Hopkins schools and doing quite well. So I will not do a report tonight because I can't seem to form a sentence.
Good evening. I'm Rhoda Mary Perry Reed, Superintendent. I have a 17-year-old as well as an 8th grader at West, and I have already provided my superintendent report this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for hanging in with us. I'm Treasurer Rachel Hartland. I am in the final year of my first term. I use she, her pronouns, and I have 3 children in our district. I have a 6th grader, an 8th grader, and a 10th grader, so I've crossed that line where all of my students can walk now over to the North and High School complex, and I don't commute to an elementary school anymore. And I won't go too far because it is very late, but I did want to say that in addition to all of the teachers and all of paraprofessionals and all of our department staff, there also is a whole host of coaches, of community ed teachers, of volunteers, of legislative action coalition members, and even our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, so a bunch of committee members who are largely volunteers also participated in kicking this year off. And I know middle school robotics started today, and a bunch of other activities that my kids and their peers and their classmates have participated in also contributed to a wonderful start to the year, and I thank them for all of their work and love and attention to our students as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brooke Roper. I am going into my 3rd year on the board. I have 2 amazing kids in the district, a 2nd and a 3rd grader. And just really, really brief, I would just like to thank Dennis from the Isaiah and ST47 for inviting us, me, and Treasurer Heartland to talk about the federal impacts, the federal cut impacts on our district at the Isaiah event last week or last Wednesday, or the Wednesday before, with some of our state senators and legislators and our council members and mayor. We just all shared the impact, how the impactful and, how the federal cuts will impact our respective work and our entities. And it was just great connecting with community there. The district welcome back party thing that we had last week was amazing at the high school. Thank you all for putting that together. Dr. Mary Perry Reed did an amazing job facilitating conversations, and the resource fair, I learned so much, and I'm just excited to get into the work that's happening. And I believe that's it on my end.
Hello, I'm Kai Thompson. I am the clerk on the board. I am in probably second year of my first term. 3 kids in the district, 5th grader, and now 2 high schoolers, 9th and 10th grade. I'll forego a board report except to say that, the school year has started well for all 3 of them. And just, I was reflecting that, as we had that amazing, that large group of just how much work goes into making that as smooth as it has been for us this year. So appreciate it.
Great.
I am Jen Westmoreland, she, her. I'm just finishing my 8th year on the school board, and as Director Ross said, I won't be seeking reelection. I'm a proud graduate of Hopkins Schools. I have a high schooler who is so excited to be at the high school and really motivated and signing up for all the things, which means I'm going to be a full-time chauffeur pretty soon. And just a quick board report, even though I could go for another 6 hours here. I have been working with our student board reps on recruiting and onboarding of new student board reps. And we're also going to be visiting the Wayzata School Board meeting, work session in a couple of weeks because their board wants to learn from our model and implement a student board rep program in Wayzata. So, thank you.
We do have the Cadillac.
We sure do. We've worked hard at building our model.
Yeah. Well, thank you, everybody.
Director Joe.
Who? Oh, sorry, Director Zhao.
Who indeed?
I'm like, what?
Well, that's all right. The truth comes out at 11. The truth comes out at 11:10, so I understand. Real quick, hi, I'm Jiming Zhao. I'm on my 3rd year at the school board. Got 2 kids in the district, a 5th grader and a 2nd grader at Xingxing over in Eisenhower. And our back to school has been relatively, very smooth, and appreciate that. And we're all parents on the school board, and so we are where we govern. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director Zhao. And with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and this meeting is adjourned at 11:12 p.m. Thank you all so much.